opening ceremony of the Yerevan Dialogue Conference will begin shortly. In a world torn by divides, where democracy and resilience are tested, the power of AI reshapes reality. The journey towards sustainable development remains an urgent challenge. Integration strengthens the ties that bind societies. Where connectivity deepens cooperation beyond borders. One path emerges through the storms in ultimate pursuit of peace. Inaugural address by His Excellency Ararat Mirzoyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia.
Honorable Mr. President of the Republic of Armenia, Honorable Mr. Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia, Honorable Mr. President of the Republic of France, Honorable Mr. Presidents of National Assemblies, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends. I am privileged to welcome you back to Yerevan for the third edition of our dialogue. In a world that increasingly discourages stability and continuity, the fact that we are here again, that this forum has returned, already sends a powerful message. Forums endure when they have something real to say. I believe we do. Last year, we met in this very room under the theme Navigating the Unknown. We described a world that was lost in a thick fog as the familiar architecture was crumbling, the rules were fading, and we weren't sure what was coming next. We brought up compasses and maps. We spoke of tectonic shifts and disorientation. We asked how any of us was navigating in this unknown environment. Today, that fog has partially cleared. But instead of calm sea, we see many storms. The storms we face today are not metaphorical. They are very real and systemic. They test nations, their sovereignty, institutions, and individuals alike. Looking at today's storms, the following broader picture emerges. Geopolitical storm. International law and global order are not just strained. They are being actively dismantled. We see a dangerous shift where the rule of power tends to replace the rule of law. Multilateral institutions designed to maintain order are struggling to assert their authority in a world that no longer waits for their verdict. Nuclear rhetoric, once restricted to the rooms of the Cold War, re-entered mainstream political discourse, which should alarm everybody. Technological storm. Technology has moved much faster than our ability to manage the opportunities and risks it brings. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic dream, but a present force. Well, we all were smart enough to predict that it would reshape industries, eliminate professions, and change the very nature of work. But beyond this, AI has also turned into a powerful tool of manipulation, generating disinformation at an industrial scale, creating false realities and targeting democratic societies with surgical precision. Economic storm. The global market is no longer stable, and recent developments have deeply shaken the belief that open trade benefits everyone. Supply chains that connect continents are easily broken. Swings in energy prices can disrupt national economies overnight. Economic sanctions have become a routine instrument of geopolitical pressure, turning trade into a battlefield. Environmental storm. The natural systems that sustain life on Earth, our climate, water, soil, forests, and biodiversity, are no longer just changing. They are under serious strain. We have moved beyond gradual warming into a period of deep instability, where environmental damage makes every other crisis worse. The biodiversity loss, land degradation, and deforestation weaken nature's ability to recover, while the overuse of natural resources threatens the balance needed for societies to function. Those storms have not arrived separately. They have come together and they reinforce one another. A geopolitical shock drives economic disruption, which fuels a technological arms race, which in turn deepens geopolitical divisions, while environmental change makes all of these challenges even harder to manage. Ladies and gentlemen, Armenia knows what it means to be in the center of the storm. Let me speak openly. Challenges and hardships our country has faced in recent years would have driven many nations toward paralysis and the brink of collapse. So let me share some conclusions. When a nation finds itself in such turbulence, history offers three broad paths. The first is detachment and disassociation. It is the choice to stay on the sidelines, avoid taking actions, and hope that remaining detached, the storms will spare you and your comfort zone and status quo will be preserved. While it may look like a safe choice in the short run, history shows that such detachment doesn't protect. It merely leaves nations cut from reality, unprepared, and more vulnerable, thus strengthening the shock of the strike when the crisis reaches them and bubble eventually blows up. The second is the surrender to the storm. Here, you make inefficient, wrong, and exhaustive movements that are predictable or even worse, are prescribed by scriptwriters, and ultimately, you only help the storm to carry you wherever it chooses. This way, you give up control. You no longer decide your own fate. You become an object rather than a subject of your own history. And merely driven by the current or trying to drift with it, you inevitably risk becoming a victim of decisions made by others and face existential challenges. And the third choice, riding through the storm with pragmatism and forward-looking strategy, looking into the eyes of reality directly instead of avoiding to acknowledge it, realizing that in a volatile world, the only way to ensure at least some stability is to take the steering wheel in your hands and to keep moving forward with clear, active vision and strategy. And yes, although success is still uncertain, the first two options are certain to be destructive. We, ladies and gentlemen, we, the Republic of Armenia, walked through all three paths. We passed all three stages. only in our most recent history. For several decades, we thought we were successfully avoiding storms and preserving our usual zone of comfort by remaining detached. When the crisis came and the imaginary safety collapsed, we found ourselves in a whirlpool where we were being pulled into the abyss despite all our hard efforts. And somewhere at that point, we decided to break out of that vicious spiral of history. Not to follow what others have prescribed for us, but to take the responsibility to make our sovereign decisions for our own fate. Not to remain in the past, but to look forward, to build a modern, democratic, and prosperous society, a state with real sovereignty and integrity of precise territory, with its peaceful modus vivendi in this given environment. And this is the exact moment when the concept of real Armenia was born. Excellencies, dear guests, at a time when everything around us seemed to be falling apart from various storms, we established peace. The Washington Peace Summit on August 8, 2025, marked a historical turning point with the signing of the joint declaration by Armenia's Prime Minister and Azerbaijan's President and the US President as a witness. On the very same day, my colleague from Azerbaijan and I initialed the agreement on establishment of peace and interstate relations between the Republic of Armenia and Republic of Azerbaijan. By committing to the mutual recognition of territorial integrity, sovereignty, and the inviolability of recognized borders, Armenia and Azerbaijan took a historic step toward closing decades of conflict and opening era of peace and stability in our region. Of course, peace must never be treated as a one-time achievement. It requires constant care, attention, and reflection, because if you fail to invest in it, you risk losing it. Peace, therefore, is not an event, but an active choice we must make every single day. This, understandably, also involves addressing humanitarian issues, thus contributing to restoring trust and true reconciliation between societies. But diplomacy alone does not sustain peace. Thus, we create a practical guarantee for peace by making our prosperities interconnected and interdependent. When we share trade routes, energy grids, pipelines, digital links, we share risks and rewards. Therefore, together with our neighbors, by building infrastructure that connects east to west and north to south, we are creating a reality where in our region, every actor has a personal stake in the stability of its neighbor. This is the foundation of our Crossroads of Peace initiative and the TRIP project. The commitment to peace, cooperation, and prosperity guides our approach towards our neighbors. The normalization process with Turkey reflects our belief that open borders and neighborly relations will serve our nation's interests better. With Georgia, we continue to deepen strategic partnership built on mutual interests. With Iran, we have always maintained friendly ties and close partnership. The strategy of storm riding has led to a profound transformation in our partnerships beyond our region as well. Armenia has made a sovereign choice to pursue a balanced and balancing foreign policy based not on dependence on one center, but on building meaningful and mutually beneficial partnerships in many directions. United States, France, Kazakhstan, China, a growing number of European partners are now present in Armenia's strategic partnership portfolio, not as alternatives to one another, but as pillars of a diversified and cooperative foreign policy architecture. Nowhere beyond our immediate neighborhood has this transformation been more visible than in our relations with the European Union. the strategic agenda adopted in December 2025 provides a structured framework for cooperation across political, security, and economic dimensions. The launch of the visa liberalization dialogue opens a door that matters not only to governments, but to the daily lives of Armenian citizens. Just during the last couple of days, heads of state and government from across Europe, spanning from Dublin to Tbilisi, gathered in Yerevan for the European Political Community Summit, alongside with the first ever Armenia-EU Summit. Excellencies, friends, to conclude, storms may never be fully tamed. New uncertainties will always emerge to replace the ones we have already overcome. But the lesson we draw from our experience is not one of fatalism. It is about freedom to choose and power to act. With strategic vision and proper action, small nations can find their way through storms and shape their sovereign, peaceful, and prosperous futures. So, the storms, ladies and gentlemen, are always there. Let us ride together then. Thank you and welcome to Yerevan Dialogue.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put on your earphones to listen to the simultaneous interpretation.
Actor out on loan, riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday. Let your children play.
Keynote address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia.
Շնորհակալ եմ շատ Ֆրանսիայի Հանրապետության մեծարգո նախագահ պարոն Էմանուել Մակրոն, Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մեծարգո նախագահ, հարգելի գործընկերներ, ուրախ եմ այս առիթի համար եւ շնորհակալ եմ ձեր ներկայության համար։ Ես ուզում եմ ձեզ ներկայացնել, թե ինչ է տեղի ունեցել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության հետ վերջին տարիների ընթացքում, եթե կարող ենք ասել Երևանյան երկխոսություն համաժողովի գոյության ընթացքում։ Տեղի է ունեցել շատ կարևոր եւ էական մի բան, որը կարող է նույնիսկ անհավանական թվալ։ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության աշխարհագրական դիրքը փոխվել է։ Մենք հիմա ունենք բոլորովին այլ աշխարհագրական դիրք, քան ունեցել ենք ընդամենը մի քանի տարի առաջ։ Ընդ որում ես ուզում եմ ասել, որ հասկանալիորեն Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը այն նույն տեղում է, որտեղ եւ եղել է նախկինում։ Հենց սրանում է ամբողջ իմաստը եւ նրբությունը, որ գտնվելով միևնույն տեղում, մենք հիմա ունենք բոլորովին ուրիշ աշխարհագրական դիրք, քան ունեցել ենք նախկինում։ Բայց որպեսզի այսօրվա աշխարհագրական դիրքը ես ճշգրիտ ձեզ նկարագրեմ, ուզում եմ խոսել, թե նախկինում ինչպիսին էր միջին վիճակագրական ընկալումը աշխարհագրական դիրքի մասին, որը ի դեպ տարածված էր թե մեզանում, թե մեր մասին արտերկրյա պատկերացումների մեջ։ Նախկինում արձանագրվում էր, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը ունի շատ բարդ եւ խնդրահարույց աշխարհագրական դիրք, որովհետեւ գտնվում է խնդրահարույց տարածաշրջանում, ունենալով խնդրահարույց հարևանություն եւ հետեւաբար այդ հարևանությունից բխող գոյաբանական ռիսկեր։ Եվ թերևս այս ընկալումներ, որը իմիջիայլոց, որի ծագումնաբանության մասին դեռ պետք է խոսել եւ մտածել, այս ընկալումներ, որ առաջնորդում էր մեր պետությունը, մեր գիտակցությունը, մեր բոլոր գործողությունները, որոշումները, ընկալումները մեր եւ աշխարհի մասին։ Այսօր եւ ես կարող եմ դա արձանագրել, տեղի է ունեցել իրապես պատմական մի իրադարձություն։ Այն իմաստով, որ հիմա Հայաստանի Հանրապետության աշխարհագրական դիրքի կարճ նկարագրությունը այն չէ, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը գտնվում է խնդրահարույց տարածաշրջանի խնդրահարույց միջավայրում։ Այլ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության աշխարհագրական դիրքի նկարագրությունն այն է, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը, ինչպես կարող է երևալ այս քարտեզից, Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունով է անցնում արևելքը արևմուտքին եւ հակառակ ուղղությամբ կապող ամենակարճ ճանապարհը։ Եվ այս ընկալումը իր հետ բերում է բոլորովին նոր նկար եւ նոր պատկեր Հայաստանի Հանրապետության նրա վիճակի եւ նրա պոտենցիալի։ Եվ այսօր Հայաստանի Հանրապետության կառավարության խնդիրն է հենց այս դիտանկյունից մոտենալ հարցերին եւ հենց այս դիտանկյան վրա կառուցել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության ռազմավարությունները։ Այդ ռազմավարությունները նկարագրելու համար է, որ մենք որդեգրել ենք եւ իրականացնում ենք երկու իրարից բխով եւ փոխկապակցված նախագծեր։ Դրանցից առաջինը, որ ես առիթ եմ ունեցել ներկայացնել, խաղաղության խաչմերուկ նախագիծն է, եւ երկրորդը, որի մասին համոզված եմ գիտեք, TRIP նախագիծն է, Թրամփի ուղի հանուն միջազգային խաղաղության եւ բարեկեցության։ Թրամփի ուղի միջազգային հանուն միջազգային խաղաղության եւ բարեկեցության նախագիծը առաջին հերթին մեր ընկալումներով երկաթուղային կապի վերականգնում է արևելքի եւ արևմուտքի միջև եւ իհարկե երբ խոսք է գնում երկաթուղու մասին, երկաթուղին առաջին հերթին ինքը որոշակի պայմաններ է ենթադրում, այդ թվում աշխարհագրական, ռելիեֆային եւ ակնհայտ է, որ մենք ունենք այս փուլում հիմնական մի ուղի եւ դա Հայաստանի հարավով անցնող այս երթուղին է, որով մենք պատկերացնում ենք արևելքը արևմուտքի հետ կապելու գործընթացը եւ այդպես շարունակ։ Բայց երկաթուղին TRIP նախագծի միակ ուղղությունը չէ։ Ուզում եմ ընդգծել, որ TRIP նախագծի շրջանակներում եւ նաեւ խաղաղության խաչմերուկ նախագծի շրջանակներում ենթադրվում են էլեկտրահաղորդման գծեր, ենթադրվում են խողովակաշարեր, նավթատար խողովակաշարեր, գազատար խողովակաշարեր, որոնք արդեն ամենևին պարտադիր չի, որ անցնեն իմ նշած երթուղով Հայաստանի Հանրապետության ամբողջ տարածքով կապված ինժեներական, տեխնիկական բազմաթիվ նրբությունների հետ այդ բոլոր նախագծերը կարող են իրականացվել։ Եվ հիմա մենք կենտրոնացած ենք հենց այս խնդրի վրա, որպեսզի իրականացնենք այս պոտենցիալը, որը թաքնված է հենց մի նախադասության մեջ։ Ընդհանրապես շատ է խոսվում երկրների ներդրումային հետաքրքրության մասին, բայց այս վերջին շրջանի քննարկումների արդյունքում ես արձանագրել եմ, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը արդեն իսկ գտնվում է մի աշխարհագրական դիրքում եւ իհարկե այդ ամենը Հայաստանի եւ Ադրբեջանի միջև Միացյալ Նահանգների նախագահ Դոնալդ Տրամփի եւ Ֆրանսիայի նախագահ Էմանուել Մակրոնի աջակցությամբ հաստատված խաղաղության պայմաններում, երբ որ Հայաստանի ներդրումային միջավայրը եւ Հայաստանի ներդրումային կարգավիճակը էականորեն փոխվում է։ Եվ այդ կարգավիճակը փոխվում է հետեւյալով։ Եվ կարծում եմ, որ սա մի արտահայտություն է, մի նախադասություն է, որը կարող է դառնալ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության ներդրումային բրենդը, եւ այդ նախադասությունը հետեւյալն է. ամենակարճ ճանապարհը արևելքի եւ արևմուտքի միջև, որովհետեւ հիմա ժամանակակից աշխարհում խնդիրը, ինչպես գիտեք, ոչ միայն ապրանքների, ծառայությունների հոսքի ապահովությունն է, այլև այդ տեղափոխման տրանսպորտի արագությունը, իսկ ամենակարճ ճանապարհ նշանակում է ամենաարագ ճանապարհ, եւ մեր խնդիրն է ամենաէժան ճանապարհ եւ ամենաարդյունավետ ճանապարհ, որովհետեւ հիմա նաեւ այս արձանագրումը մենք պետք է անենք, ընկերությունները մրցակցում են այդ թվում ապրանքները մատակարարելու արագությունների վրա եւ նա ով ամենաարագն է, դերևս նաեւ ամենահաջողակն է, չնայած արագությունը հաջողության միակ գրավականը չէ։ Եվ մեր խնդիրն է իրացնել մեր պոտենցիալը։ Սա շատ կարևոր արձանագրում է։ Մեր իրականության մեջ էական եւ շրջադարձային փոփոխություններ են տեղի ունեցել, որովհետեւ օրինակ, մասնավորապես ընդամենը տարիներ առաջ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության մասին խոսելով ասվում էր, կարելի էր ասվել եւ դա մեր ընդհանուր ընկալումն էր, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը օրինակ էներգետիկ ռեսուրսներ չունեցող երկիր է եւ դա ճշմարտություն էր եւ այս արտահայտությունը ցույց էր տալիս Հայաստանի խոցելիությունները էներգետիկ եւ մնացած առումներով, բայց ես ուզում եմ ասել, որ չնայած ոչինչ չի փոխվել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության պարամետրերում, հիմա Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը անսահմանափակ էներգետիկ ռեսուրսներ ունեցող երկիր է։ Սա մեր ժամանակների ամենահետաքրքիր հանգամանքն է, երբ որ կարող է երկիրը լինել նույն աշխարհագրական կոորդինատների ներքո, բայց նրա աշխարհագրական դիրքը փոխվել։ Կարող է երկիրը էներգետիկ ռեսուրս չունեցողից վերածվել եւ տրանսֆորմացնել անսահմանափակ էներգետիկ ռեսուրս ունեցող երկրի։ Ես ոչ մի գաղտնիք բան չեմ պահում, Հայաստանում նավթի եւ գազի հանքեր չեն հայտնաբերվել եւ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը, ինչպես բազմաթիվ այլ երկրներ, անսահմանափակ էներգետիկ պոտենցիալ ունեն արևային էներգիայի զարգացման բերումով եւ մեր խնդիրն է առաջիկայում կենտրոնանալ այս խնդրի վրա Հայաստանի Հանրապետության համար ի հայտ եկած անսահմանափակ պոտենցիալը, այդ թվում էներգետիկայի ոլորտի օգտագործելու նպատակով։ Իհարկե ես ասացի, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության շուրջ շատ մեծ ընդհանրապես ոչ մի աշխարհագրական եւ ռեսուրսային փոփոխություն տեղի չունեցել, բայց մի բան իհարկե էականորեն փոխվել է, որ այսօր Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը ապրում է խաղաղության պայմաններում եւ Հայաստանի եւ Ադրբեջանի միջև խաղաղություն է հաստատված։ Եվ սա է շրջադարձային կետը, որովհետեւ ինչու նախկինում մենք չէինք նկատում, որ մենք ունենք հոյակապ աշխարհագրական դիրք։ Խաղաղության բացակայությունը կամ կոնֆլիկտն է, որ մեր տեսադաշտը փակում էր եւ մենք չէինք կարող նկատել այն, ինչ որ ակնհայտորեն դրված է մեր աչքի առաջ։ Եվ ուզում եմ սա ընդգծելով կրկին իմ գնահատանքի խոսքերը ասել Ֆրանսիայի Հանրապետության նախագահ Էմանուել Մակրոնին, ում դերակատարումը այսօր հաստատված խաղաղության մեջ առանցքային է, որովհետև այն ճարտարապետությունը, որի ներկայության մասին մենք խոսում ենք այսօր, ի վերջո արձանագրվել է 2022 թվականի հոկտեմբերի 6-ին Պրահայում նախագահ Մակրոնի եւ Եվրամիության խորհրդի նախագահ Շարլ Միշելի նախաձեռնած քառակողմ հանդիպման արդյունքներով, երբ Հայաստանը եւ Ադրբեջանը միմյանց տարածքային ամբողջականությունը ըստ էության ճանաչել են Ալմատայի հռչակագրի հիման վրա, փոխադարձաբար ճանաչելով միմյանց տարածքային ամբողջականությունը եւ ինքնիշխանությունը եւ համաձայնվելով, որ Ալմատայի հռչակագիրը կդրվի երկու երկրների սահմանազատման հիմքում։ Սա շրջադարձային կետ է եւ այս շրջադարձային կետում նախագահ Մակրոնի անձնական ներդրումը դժվար է պարզապես գերագնահատել։ Եվ հարգելի ներկաներ, հարգելի գործընկերներ, իմ եզրակացությունը այս ամեն ինչից կոնկրետ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության օրինակով հետևյալն է, որ թվում է թե ֆիզիկական կամ տեսանելի կամ աչքի առաջ գտնվող կամ կոնկրետ պարամետրեր ունեցող հանգամանքների փոփոխությամբ մենք կարող ենք հասնել շատ ավելի մեծ փոփոխությունների, քան ի սկզբանե կարող ենք մտածել։ Եվ այսօր ես ուրախությամբ եմ արձանագրում, որ այս ամեն ինչի բերումով Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը գոյատևման օրակարգը փոխարինել է զարգացման օրակարգով, որովհետև այն ինչ նախկինում մեզ համար համարվում էր գոյաբանական սպառնալիք, մենք այսօր գտնվում ենք այդ սպառնալիքը, նկատի ունեմ աշխարհագրական դիրքը, բացառիկ առավելության վերածելու ճանապարհին, երբ որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը գրավիչ է ներդրումների համար, այսօր իմիջիայլոց Եվրոպական միությունը ընդունեց հայտարարություն, որով միջազգային ներդրողներին կոչ է անում ներդրումներ անել Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում։ Եվ սա կարևոր արձանագրում է այն բանի, որ խաղաղությունը Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունում ոչ միայն հաստատված է, այլև ունի միջազգային վստահելիություն եւ միջազգային ինստիտուտները ներդրողներին հրավիրում են Հայաստանի Հանրապետություն այդ ներդրումները իրականացնելու եւ այդ ներդրումները արդեն իսկ ընթացքի մեջ են։ Եվ հետեւաբար մեր օրինակը կարծում եմ շատ կարևոր օրինակ է, թե ինչպես երկիրը առանց նոր հանքեր բացահայտելու կարող է զրո էներգետիկ ռեսուրսով երկրից վերածվել անսահմանափակ էներգետիկ ռեսուրսներ ունեցող երկրի, ինչպես կարող է երկիրը հուսահատ աշխարհագրական դիրքը փոխարինել հուսավառ աշխարհագրական դիրքով, որը ըստ էության առանցքային նշանակություն կունենա երկրի կայունության, խաղաղության, զարգացման եւ անվտանգության համար, որովհետեւ այստեղ կարեւոր է շատ նաեւ անվտանգության գործոնը, այն նախագիծը, որը մենք ներկայացնում ենք եւ որի մասին ես խոսում եմ, հյուսիս, հարավ, արևելք, արևմուտք, հուսալի ճանապարհ դառնալը, այդ թվում անվտանգության հուսալի գործոն է, որովհետեւ երբ որ մենք կդառնանք եւ մենք այսօր արդեն դառնում ենք այդպիսի երկիր, որը իր տարածաշրջանում, իր միջավայրում, իր հարևանության հետ, որովհետեւ սա էլ է շատ կարեւոր, որովհետեւ ասել, որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունով է անցնում արևելք, արևմուտք ամենակարճ ճանապարհը, այդ նշանակում է ասել, որ Ադրբեջանով է անցնում արևելք, արևմուտք ամենակարճ ճանապարհը, Թուրքիայով է անցնում արևելք, արևմուտք ամենակարճ ճանապարհը, որովհետև չի կարող արևելք եւ արևմուտք ամենակարճ ճանապարհը անցնել Հայաստանով, բայց չանցնել Ադրբեջանով, անցնել Հայաստանով, բայց չանցնել Թուրքիայով։ Եվ հենց սա է ընկալման փոփոխությունը, որ մենք ինչպես եւ ընդունված է ասել, մեր երկրի սահմանները տեսնում ենք ոչ միայն եւ ոչ այնքան բաժանարար նշանակությամբ, որովհետեւ սահման այնուամենայնիվ ունի բաժանարար հատկություն, բաժանում է երկրները իրարից, բայց մենք տեսնում ենք սահմանները այդ թվում միացնելու, համախմբելու հատկությամբ, երբ մեր տարածաշրջանի երկրները կկարողանան միմյանց տարածքային ամբողջականությունը, ինքնիշխանությունը, սահմանների անձեռնմխելիությունը եւ իրավազորությունը հարգելով այնպիսի համագործակցություն հաստատել, որ խաղաղությունը ոչ միայն ձեռնտու կլինի բոլորին, այլև խաղաղությունը կենսական կլինի բոլորի համար։ Եվ խաղաղությունը կդառնա այն հիմնական երաշխիքը, որը ապահովում է եւ այդպես էլ կա, ապահովում է ներդրումներ, ապահովում է եկամուտներ, ապահովում է կայունություն եւ խաղաղությունը դառնում է ինքնավերարտադրման գործիք, որովհետեւ խաղաղությունը միշտ լիցքավորվելու անհրաժեշտություն ունի։ Եվ սա ըստ էության մի շրջագիծ է, երբ որ խաղաղությունը բերում է բարեկեցություն, բարեկեցությունը խաղաղություն, խաղաղությունը ավելի մեծ բարեկեցություն, ավելի մեծ բարեկեցությունը ավելի մեծ խաղաղություն, ավելի հուսալի խաղաղություն, եւ ես ուրախ եմ արձանագրել, որ մենք գնում ենք այդ ճանապարհով։ Ոչ մի կասկած չկա, որ մենք գնում ենք այդ ճանապարհով, եւ դա հուսալի ճանապարհ է, եւ դա մի ճանապարհ է, որը մեզ օգնում է, որպեսզի մենք հուսահատ աշխարհագրական դիրքից տեղափոխվենք դեպի հուսալի աշխարհագրական դիրք, աննպաստ աշխարհագրական դիրքից շարժվենք դեպի նպաստավոր աշխարհագրական դիրք եւ միջազգային ու տարածաշրջանային մեկուսացումից տեղափոխվենք դեպի միջազգային եւ տարածաշրջանային ինտեգրացիա եւ համագործակցություն։ Եվ ես ուզում եմ հենց այս ուղերձով ավարտել իմ ելույթը եւ Հայաստանի Հանրապետության բոլոր քաղաքացիներին, առաջին հերթին Հայաստանի Հանրապետության բոլոր քաղաքացիներին շնորհավորել Հայաստանի Հանրապետության աշխարհագրական դիրքի փոփոխության առիթով։ Շնորհակալ եմ շատ։
Keynote address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur le Président du Parlement, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Conseil, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos grades et qualités. Tout a été dit. Donc je vais essayer d'aller droit au but parce que Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères puis Monsieur le Premier ministre ont parfaitement décrit les enjeux au cœur de ce forum et je ne voudrais pas ici les paraphraser. Monsieur le Premier ministre, je crois pouvoir dire, et ces 2 jours en témoignent, qu'il y a au fond un moment arménien. Je l'évoquais hier en parlant à la communauté française, je peux ici le reprendre. Qui aurait imaginé il y a 8 ans, il y a même 4 ans, se retrouver à Yerevan avec une réunion de la communauté politique européenne et donc plus de 40 chefs d'État et de gouvernement réunis, avec un sommet entre l'Union européenne et l'Arménie, ici même. Très peu de gens. Très peu de gens. Et donc quelque chose s'est passé. Et dans votre pays qui a eu à vivre la guerre, à l'automne 2020, nous nous en souvenons tous, qui était dans le doute extrême dans les années qui ont suivi, il est évident que quelque chose s'est transformé. Ce que nous vivons là, c'est ce moment arménien, comme je l'évoquais, qui, au fond, vient sceller tout un chemin que vous avez ouvert et ce qui est d'ores et déjà une réussite. D'abord, un chemin de paix, vous l'avez parfaitement décrit, je ne veux pas ici le reprendre, mais vous avez fait le choix, en effet, de sceller une paix, d'avoir ce courage, cette audace, de trouver les voies et moyens de la paix avec l'Azerbaïdjan et du sommet de Prague à l'automne 2022 au sommet de Washington à l'été 2025, de finaliser cette paix. C'était un mouvement courageux, je le disais, indispensable. Ceci est venu consolider aussi une véritable prospérité. Quand je regarde les 8 dernières années, la croissance moyenne en Arménie est de 6%. Elle est encore supérieure ces 2 dernières années. Ce qui est un chiffre remarquable qui montre à la fois la force de votre modèle, sa capacité à attirer, et vous avez parfaitement décrit à l'instant ce cycle vertueux de la paix et de la prospérité. C'est celui, au fond maintenant, depuis un peu plus de 3 ans, et avec une accélération cette dernière année, que vous avez scellé. Et donc oui, nous avons un moment arménien, ce qui fait que l'Europe, aujourd'hui, discute en Arménie, que vous avez accueilli le 8e sommet de la communauté politique européenne, que vous vous êtes réinscrit dans le cœur de ce continent, et que le sommet qui s'est tenu ce matin entre l'Union européenne et l'Arménie vient justement consacrer des projets importants qui vont permettre d'être davantage présents sur le plan de l'investissement économique, du développement, des infrastructures de communication ou de la sécurité. Et donc, ce qui est en train de se passer dans votre pays était un mouvement anticipé par peu de gens, dans lequel nous avons cru dès le début, que vous avez su conduire avec beaucoup de courage durant ces dernières années, et qui est une transformation profonde pour l'Arménie, une opportunité remarquable. Je souhaite ardemment que ce moment arménien s'accompagne aussi, si je puis dire, d'un moment caucasien, et que vous puissiez entraîner toute la région dans cette même aspiration. Et je crois que c'est aussi ce qui est en jeu aujourd'hui. En effet, j'ai pour cette région 2 convictions. La première, c'est que le Sud-Caucase n'a pas vocation à être, en quelque sorte, un milieu d'empire qui se disputerait la région comme un dû ou comme un trophée, bousculé comme cette région l'a été à travers les siècles, entre l'hégémonie des uns ou des autres. La deuxième, c'est que le Sud-Caucase peut retrouver, et la carte de tout à l'heure le montrait très bien, une forme de centralité entre l'Europe, l'Asie centrale et le Moyen-Orient. Et que l'opportunité du Sud-Caucase, c'est véritablement d'être, en effet, ce carrefour que vous avez évoqué pour l'Arménie. D'être ce corridor médian. Ceci suppose de savoir rouvrir les frontières. Et au fond, pourquoi j'espère et j'aspire dans ce moment caucasien, c'est que vos voisins aient l'audace de suivre le mouvement que vous avez eu. Et la bonne réponse à cette audace, c'est de poursuivre et de vous accompagner dans ce mouvement de paix, de démocratisation, de prospérité. C'est que les frontières s'ouvrent, toutes les frontières s'ouvrent et s'ouvrent complètement. Cette région, et c'est souvent insuffisamment vu depuis l'extérieur, a été trop longtemps et trop souvent hermétique, fermé. Il faut donc, comme le relevait si justement le regretté journaliste arménien de Turquie, Hrant Dink, casser le cadenas qui fait, je le cite, que des peuples proches sont encore des voisins lointains. Et c'est exactement ce qui est à l'œuvre pour que ce moment caucasien puisse advenir. Que les frontières s'ouvrent. En l'espèce, les frontières avec l'Azerbaïdjan, les frontières avec la Turquie, et qu'il n'y ait aucune restriction avec la Géorgie. C'est ce en quoi nous croyons, c'est ce qui vient marquer aussi l'engagement des Européens, je le sais aussi, l'engagement du FMI, c'est ce qui accompagne aussi beaucoup des travaux de l'Agence française de développement dans votre pays et dans toute la région. Celle-ci ayant des financements qui s'élèvent à près de 4 milliards d'euros dans le Sud-Caucase. Mais, je le disais, ces frontières doivent s'ouvrir, elles ont commencé. Je veux saluer la levée par l'Azerbaïdjan des restrictions sur les échanges de biens avec l'Arménie et la réouverture progressive des voies logistiques entre les deux pays. Mais ça ne doit être qu'un début. Nous nous sommes également réjouis quand la frontière entre la Turquie et l'Arménie a été ouverte pour laisser passer les réfugiés syriens ou l'aide humanitaire. Là aussi, ce fut un premier signal. Mais nous voyons combien il est important que la réouverture des frontières aille jusqu'au bout pour que ce moment caucasien puisse advenir. Et pour que, précisément, votre pays et toute la région soient au cœur du lien entre le Moyen-Orient, l'Asie centrale, l'Europe. Car c'est ça qui permettra pleinement de saisir toutes les opportunités économiques pour votre pays et pour la région. Et c'est ce qui permettra pleinement d'avoir des routes de paix plutôt que des conflits d'empire dans le Sud-Caucase. Et c'est tout le défi qui est à l'œuvre. Et c'est aussi pour cela que ce moment arménien que je suis ici pour saluer, pour accompagner modestement et dans lequel la France croit, est en quelque sorte par lui-même plus grand que l'Arménie seule. Il vient poser les jalons d'une paix pour toute la région. Il vient poser les jalons d'un destin possible pour toute la région. Je sais que beaucoup ont longtemps pensé que le destin de l'Arménie ne pouvait être que sous l'aile prétendue protectrice de la Russie. L'épisode de 2020, la guerre de 2020, avec ce que vous avez subi, ce que tant de familles ont vécu, les drames traversés, a montré que cette aile n'était pas si protectrice que beaucoup le pensaient. Et qu'il suffisait que la Russie abandonnât l'Arménie pour soudain se réveiller et voir que, y compris les rêves les plus grands, n'étaient plus possibles. Et en quelque sorte, tout le monde s'était habitué, et chacun avec en quelque sorte son protecteur dans la région, à ce qu'en effet, le Sud-Caucase reste une région protégée par les uns ou les autres, comme une rémanence de ces conflits d'empire passés. Ce que le moment arménien vient prouver, c'est qu'il y a un chemin démocratique que vous avez marqué dès 2018, de paix choisie et réaliste que vous avez acté entre 2020 et 2022, et de prospérité possible sans hégémonie d'empire. C'est ce que vous avez démontré ces 3 dernières années. Et tout ce qu'il faut souhaiter, c'est que toute la région suive ce mouvement, qui passera par cette réouverture des frontières et la capacité à bâtir un chemin pacifique et respectueux entre tous les pays de la région, et qui permettra à celle-ci d'être à nouveau ce corridor, ce lien, ce contact qu'elle doit être entre les régions évoquées d'Asie centrale, du Moyen-Orient et de l'Europe. Et c'est pour ça, et je conclurai par cette remarque, après avoir parlé de l'Arménie, du Sud-Caucase, c'est pour ça que je crois très profondément que la vocation de l'Arménie est une vocation européenne. Vous n'en avez pas l'exclusive, je crois aussi à cette vocation pour la Géorgie, et je crois que la relation avec l'Azerbaïdjan doit être repensée et qu'elle doit être aussi généreuse, même si ce fut moins le choix de l'Azerbaïdjan ces dernières années. Mais je vais vous dire pourquoi je le crois très profondément pour l'Arménie. D'abord par votre histoire. Nous l'étions ce matin avec ceux qui m'accompagnaient. Il suffit de voir votre littérature, l'histoire de votre langue, le chemin à travers les siècles pour se convaincre que l'Arménie a une trajectoire et une histoire profondément européenne. mais parce que ce que l'Europe, je crois, dans le moment géopolitique que vous avez très bien décrit, Monsieur le Ministre, tout à l'heure, ce que l'Europe a apporté au monde nous lie très profondément et fait que l'Europe est le partenaire le plus naturel de l'Arménie et du Sud-Caucase dans le moment que nous vivons. C'est que notre Europe a vécu exactement, y compris dans sa partie la plus occidentale, ce que vit le Sud-Caucase depuis des siècles. Des conflits d'empire. Nous avons été pendant des siècles les spécialistes de la guerre civile, à travers, pour citer ceux qui ont repris un terme de légistique médiévale, ce qu'on appelait les translatio imperii. L'Europe s'est pensée pendant des siècles à travers des transferts d'empire, et de la Grèce ancienne à l'Empire romain, en passant par les Carolingiens, faisant des sauts dans l'histoire, je pourrais convoquer les Bismarckiens, d'autres diraient les Napoléoniens, jusqu'aux histoires les plus dramatiques du XXe siècle. L'Europe s'était toujours réunifiée jusqu'à 1945 par des histoires d'hégémonie, d'empire, de conflits territoriaux. Et nous avons inventé, en sortant de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, de ce drame, de cet effondrement moral, une créature politique inédite, respectueuse des uns et des autres, des souverainetés territoriales, des intégrités nationales, de la place de chacun. Nous avons inventé une conception possible qui réconciliait le concert des nations inventées et consolidées au XIXe siècle avec une paix durable. C'est ça l'Union européenne. C'est une construction géopolitique inédite qui met un point final au transfert d'empire et aux logiques d'hégémonie et qui construit une logique respectueuse entre des États. Et le Conseil de l'Europe est la sœur jumelle de cette Union européenne qui a inventé sur le sol européen une communauté de valeurs et de droits en se disant l'état de droit, les valeurs qui sont les nôtres, que nous avons oubliées durant les années qui avaient précédé ou les dernières décennies, nous a perdus et nous construisons une charte de repères communs. Ceci est un trésor. Ça l'est pour nous. Il a tenu ses promesses. Nous avons la paix la plus durable de notre histoire depuis la fin de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Puis nous avons décidé de faire un marché, le marché commun, l'Union européenne. Et maintenant, je l'espère, nous sommes en train de construire une puissance géopolitique. C'est le moment que traverse cette Europe. Et vous le voyez bien, l'Europe, en tant qu'elle est une construction non hégémonique, respectueuse, par nature, par ADN, est un allié naturel de la trajectoire que l'Arménie suit aujourd'hui. Tout ce que vous avez décrit là, Monsieur le Premier ministre, tout à l'heure avec brio, et que vous poursuivez, n'est pas possible en se mettant à l'abri d'une puissance ou d'une autre. Que ce soit une puissance géopolitique, ou la puissance de l'argent facile du moment, ou la puissance d'une hégémonie d'un autre type qu'on voit venir au service d'une paix de court terme. Ça n'est possible qu'avec une aventure comme l'Europe la poursuit aujourd'hui et veut la poursuivre avec vous, qui passe par le respect. Et au fond, ce que nous avons ensemble, et c'est tout le message de la communauté politique européenne, et c'est, je crois, le lien profond entre l'histoire que vous êtes en train d'écrire ici, que je souhaite pour le Sud-Caucase et qui nous lie avec le reste de l'Europe. C'est que le monde que vous avez décrit à l'instant, Monsieur le Ministre, de fracas, remet en cause l'ordre international établi sur le respect des règles, s'appuie sur le fait que dans beaucoup de nos pays, à cause de la crise démocratique que nous vivons, il y a un doute sur la légitimité, voire l'efficacité de l'état de droit. Et à côté de cela, beaucoup commencent à s'interroger sur la science et le commerce international est remis en cause, les uns par des aides excessifs, les autres par des tarifs arbitraires. Vous l'avez dit en des termes pudiques, même ceux qu'on croyait nos alliés finissent par dire qu'ils préfèrent la loi du plus fort à la loi internationale. Ce que nous avons à nous offrir à nous-mêmes et à offrir au monde, c'est une alliance nouvelle, une coalition d'indépendants qui croient dans l'ordre international, le respect de la règle, dans l'état de droit chez nous, dans le commerce libre et juste, dans la force de la science, à la fois pour penser la santé ou le climat, et dans la nécessité de protéger nos démocraties, ceux qui l'accompagnent, des universitaires à la presse libre. Ceci, il y a 10 ans, aurait semblé être une évidence. Aujourd'hui, c'est bousculé de toutes parts. Mais cela se reconstruit autour de cette Europe large qui est celle de la communauté politique européenne. Et c'est exactement ce que vous êtes en train de faire ici. C'est pourquoi, du moment arménien qui est le vôtre, au moment sud-caucasien que je souhaite, il y a, je le crois très profondément, un moment européen qui se bâtit. Celui d'une puissance géopolitique nouvelle, prévisible, respectueuse, mais défendant les quelques principes que je viens d'évoquer. Parce que devinez quoi? Ce sont les seuls principes qui permettent la paix. Les seuls. Il n'y a aucune paix qui peut se négocier dans quelque bureau que ce soit si elle se joue sur la loi du plus fort, sur l'hégémone d'un moment de l'un ou de l'autre, sur la menace, qu'elle soit celle des bombes ou des tarifs, sur l'invasion ou la violation du droit international. Il n'y a aucune paix durable qui existe sur la base des standards multiples où on expliquerait qu'aux uns, le respect du droit international est essentiel quand on regarde l'Ukraine, mais il pourrait être foulé des pieds quand on regarde le Moyen-Orient ou le Proche-Orient. Ceci n'est pas durable. Il n'y a qu'une paix, celle qui précisément se fonde sur le respect du même ordre, celui que nous avons bâti aussi en 1945, qui était la Charte des Nations Unies, contemporaine du Conseil de l'Europe et de l'Union européenne. Les vieilles idées, parfois, ont du sens, parce qu'elles nous rappellent qu'elles sont nées sur le drame et le chaos du siècle passé. Et nous avons le droit de résister au bégaiement de l'histoire. Et nous avons même le devoir, collectivement, de ne pas oublier, lorsque les vents mauvais reviennent sur notre sol, ce à quoi ils nous avaient conduits. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs, Monsieur le Président, je suis très heureux d'être à vos côtés dans cette 3e édition du dialogue de Yerevan pour vous dire ma confiance et mon soutien au chemin que suit l'Arménie aujourd'hui, ma confiance, mon soutien à celui, je l'espère, que toute la région du Sud-Caucase va prendre dans votre foulée, celle de l'ouverture, de la paix, de la stabilité, de la démocratie. Et ma conviction profonde que l'avenir de votre pays, de votre région, se scelle avec cette Europe large, se construit avec cette Europe large, celle justement de nos principes, de l'état de droit, de l'ordre international, de la paix, de la liberté, celle dans laquelle nous croyons et qui est aussi celle qui a fondé l'amitié multiséculaire entre l'Arménie et la France. Je vous remercie.
Like a dog without a bone, an actor out on loan, riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road, his brain is squirming like a toad. Take a long holiday and let your children play.
Special guest, His Excellency Alain Berset, Secretary General of the Council of Europe.
President Khachaturian, Prime Minister Pashinyan, President Macron, Minister Mirzoyan, Excellencies, dear participants, it's a huge pleasure and a huge privilege for me to join you at the Yerevan Dialogue after the successful European Political Community Summit hosted in Armenia. Mr. Prime Minister dear Nicole, this was a testament to Armenia's rightful place in the European family and its critical role in the South Caucasus. And it comes, as we know, at a decisive time for Europe's future, as Armenia is gearing up for this June's parliamentary election. Monsieur le Président Macron, cher Emmanuel, je saisis également cette occasion dans l'Arménie, membre de la famille francophone, pour saluer en français votre engagement infatigable au service de la grande famille européenne, celle des valeurs partagées, celle d'une histoire dense, celle d'une histoire exigeante. Et il nous revient aujourd'hui d'en faire un récit d'avenir. Et puis c'est aussi la grande famille européenne de la culture, vivante, fédératrice. Et je dois vous dire que vous voir si proche, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Premier ministre, vous voir si proche, eh bien, je vous ai vu chanter ensemble. Eh bien, me fait penser au phénomène physique de l'intrication. Cette propriété mystérieuse par laquelle deux particules demeurent liées instantanément, quand bien même la distance peut sembler les séparer. Et entre l'Arménie et la France, eh bien, les ponts sont nombreux. Ils sont faits d'histoire, ils sont faits de mémoire, ils sont faits de danse et de chansons. Et vous en êtes à la fois tous les deux les passeurs et les héritiers. The upcoming elections will be yet another test of democracy's strength in Europe under huge pressure, both from outside and from within. And that is why Europe's security was at the center of the EPC summit, and rightly so. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has entered its fifth year with no end in sight. Even worse, the war in Iran is pushing Ukraine into the background, while emboldening Russia on global markets. And not a day passes without another crack in the transatlantic relationship. Europe is caught between conflict it did not start and consequences it cannot expect. With each unchallenged threat or use of force, the international legal order gets closer to the brink. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is not the first time Europe has been in this situation. We have faced a rupture before. President Macron just spoke about this. After the Second World War, a generation of Europeans dared to make power answer to law. They had seen what happens when power goes unchecked and brutal force is all that is left. So they turned to democracy, to human rights, and to the rule of law. And they created the Council of Europe and other institutions. And I mention it because it is exactly today, the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. Then they gave Europe a Convention on Human Rights, an accord to make it real. And together, these are the cornerstone of Europe's legal order. It was the very beginning of this common legal space that unites all the countries of the European continent. The Convention and the Court played a key part in Armenia's democratic history. And you, dear Prime Minister, dear Nicole, you know this better than anyone, having been imprisoned, having patiently awaited the decision of the European Court of Human Rights, for ultimately having been vindicated. And the same is true throughout Europe. I saw this again just last week. You know, in Ireland, where the Convention helped underpin the Good Friday Agreement, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where it has been central to the country's constitutional order since Dayton. Armenia, Ireland, Bosnia and Herzegovina all show that lasting peace depends on more than force alone. And this is one of the hard lessons of the last rupture. We cannot afford to forget it. Not when Europe is rearming at a scale we have not seen since the Cold War, and not while democratic trust is falling. We should ask ourselves, who might one day control that force, and what values are we really defending? We cannot spend hundreds of billions of defense and leave democracy, human rights, and the rule of law for later, because it is simply very dangerous. Yet some would have us believe that partnerships do not require agreements on all values. that we need to rely on the value of our strength, not just the strength of our values, and that middle powers must adopt a new approach. They call it realism. But realism cannot be a blank check for double standards. Nor can security become an excuse for treating legal constraints as optional. That is the false choice and a dangerous gamble with Europe's security and stability. When force begins to replace law between states, it finds its way back into our democracies, weakening the rule of law from within. That is where the current security model falls short, and that is where democratic security must begin. Democratic security goes beyond the whole divide between, so-called hard and soft security. That distinction belongs to the last century. It no longer fits the Europe we live in. We need not only military security, we need military security, but we need as well security that starts with institutions people can trust, independent courts, transparent elections, free media, security that can also confront cyber attacks, terrorism, and foreign information manipulation and interference. Armenia's upcoming election brings this new reality into full view. They have been the target of hybrid threats, including disinformation. And we have observed the same interference patterns in the Republic of Moldova, in Czechia, and other recent elections. And much of it is spreading online in the middle of the AI revolution. And the answer to this is not to fear technology. It is to protect democratic choice without policing speech. That is why we are developing a framework convention on foreign information, manipulation, and interference. It was an interesting discussion yesterday at the EPC. Thank you again, dear Prime Minister, for this wonderful event that you organize here for the 46 countries that have been invited. And this must be a cornerstone in our common legal space to combat disinformation and foreign interferences. We will do so in Chisinau next week to say stop to manipulation in our elections, courts, schools, and media. The security is not a luxury for calmer times. It is what holds societies together when war, technology, migration, climate change, and disinformation put our institutions under pressure. It is what keeps power accountable in an age of permanent crisis. Nowhere it is more evident than in Ukraine. And Monsieur le Président, cher Emmanuel, I thank France for the intention to join the management committee of the Special Tribunal that we will also create very soon. To conclude, the new order that we have and that we needs military security. It is obvious. It needs energy security, and we see what it means exactly today. It needs economic security. But above all, Europe's next order needs democratic security. Without it, no other form of security will last, and no other withhold. To conclude, in the face of rupture, our shared European task is not to settle for what is politically achievable. It is to build what Europe needs: a legal and democratic framework lasting security, stability, and peace. A peace, this word, so many times used, rightly, this morning in this hall. And peace can depend on, here in Armenia, thank you, the Prime Minister, Nicole, for your strong dedication and your courage in this situation, for the region, for the South Caucasus, and all across Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. My name is Zbigniew Pisarski. I'm president of the Kazimir Pulaski Foundation. And please, my dear panelists, join me on the stage. I have with me a great lineup of very diversified but very prominent and representative panelists. Starting from my right, Peter de Roover, President of House of Representatives from Belgium. Great to have you, sir. Marko Duric, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. Great to have you, sir. Maggie Fino, Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs from Albania. Great to have you. And we have also Arman Yegoyan, Chairman of the Standing Committee on European Integration at the National Assembly of Armenia, and Kaspar Veldkamp, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Netherlands and future EU ambassador to China. So we are gathering at the Yerevan dialogue, and I must say that I have a very personal attachment to the conference. I was here each time from the beginning. Is the third edition, and first time when I was here, and I was very open to learn, to understand Armenia. And I've heard about Euro-Atlantic shift of Armenia, and I came here and I've seen a lot of experts from India and a lot of representatives of EU from Hungary and Slovakia, including Prime Minister Fico, Minister Sciarto. And after very genuine discussions with Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and colleagues here, I tried to convince them that to Brussels is shorter through Warsaw than through New Delhi. And I must say that I'm really impressed how Armenia is learning and doing at the same time how to commit to Euro-Atlantic integration. Even the fact that just yesterday we had the EPC gathering here, we had 30 European leaders in Armenia, it's a proof how fast this nation is adapting, learning to what? To get closer to the European Union. I come from Poland. In the beginning of 90s, what we are talking about? In the beginning of 90s, Poland was a bit poorer than Ukraine. Right now we are at least 5 times wealthier than Ukraine, and certainly safer. So this is what I would like to talk today. And so we'll discuss about EU enlargement, EU integration, and what are the costs of it, and is this a difficult process, and how to get to it. So let me start maybe with a question to colleague from Serbia. If I could start with Minister, well, Marko, you describe Serbia's refusal to align with EU foreign policy as a political maturity. And isn't it this autonomy just a polite way of saying that Serbia wants economic gains from EU integration, but prefers to keep its geopolitical flexibility, ambiguity? And do you think that this is fair towards European Union and other candidate countries?
Thank you for the warm welcome. I am really happy that I'm here in beautiful Yerevan, and I really commend
I think you have to speak a bit louder.
Our wonderful hosts from Armenia, from the Yerevan dialogue. For me, it's a privilege. It's my first time in Yerevan. I'm also convinced that there are times in politics when action is required urgently, and I'm very happy that this particular meeting of the European political community is happening in Yerevan now. In politics, everything is about timing, and when we analyze my country's foreign policy posture, I can tell you that we are fully aware of unprecedented circumstances with which the world is faced at the moment. We are faced with, and I'm speaking about the big picture because the big picture is important. I will come to the answer right away. So we are faced with the ascent of social media, which is the equivalent of the invention of the printing press. And we all know how the printing machine led to tremendous change and, frankly speaking, in its era also to disruption, to many good things as well. The ascent of AI, which is the equivalent of the basically industrial revolution plus. And definitely with all the benefits, it also brings a degree of disruption. We're also faced with a complete makeover and change of global geopolitical order. So what was unthinkable 5 or 10 years ago is no longer something inconceivable now. So I very much liked one word that you used in your introduction, and that is adaptability. Nations that want to succeed, like we are seeing here in Armenia, like we are seeing also, frankly speaking, in my country, which was able to almost triple the size of its GDP in less than a decade. The key word is adaptability, pursuing national interest while at the same time sticking to some principles of international public law. So speaking about Serbia's relationship with the EU, Serbia has contributed more to the security of Europe than many other countries in the region that are nominally 100% aligned on one hand. On the other hand,
and if you could give examples of this security support to you.
Well, I will give you one very concrete and tangible example. Serbia has aligned itself on all key elements of European foreign policy in practice when it comes to Ukraine, for example, by sending humanitarian aid on an unprecedented scale. We've sent more than 90% of humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine in the past couple of years from our region. And I'm not saying this to diminish the efforts of other countries, they are relevant, but we've done our fair share. At the same time, we are pursuing our own national interest. We believe that it is in the interest of Serbia to remain one of the meeting places, one of the places where people can talk and try to resolve open issues through dialogue. And now I believe that dialogue and finding a way forward is in the interest of both sides involved in this terrible conflict. At the same time, we have a unique position. We are trying to protect our own national interests. As you know, Serbia's territorial integrity has been compromised by unilateral secession of Kosovo, or as we say, illegal unilateral secession of Kosovo in 2008. And both Ukraine and the Russian Federation support Serbia's view on the status of Kosovo, as well as 5 EU member states. So I don't see why Serbia's territorial integrity would be less important than the territorial integrity of any other European nation. And frankly speaking, it's not something that the people of Serbia can understand either. But on all other segments and elements, and on the substance of things, I think Serbia is, with its economy, with its foreign policy posture and an unprecedented network of friendships and alliances and partnerships, a true asset for Europe in our region.
Gestures are very important, and thank you for this support for Ukraine. I fully appreciate it. And will you send representatives to Moscow for the anniversary of the 9th of May?
Serbia takes a lot of pride today in our contribution to the anti-fascist struggle during the Second World War. And we also value the contribution of the Red Army to the liberation of Belgrade. So this is not something that we are embarrassed of or that we are hiding. We are aware that in this liberation, troops from Russia, from Ukraine, from Belarus, from all other former Soviet republics took part. But I also must say that 800,000 people from Yugoslavia, mainly from Serbia, took part in this liberation. So we celebrate in Belgrade together with all of them. And yes, we do send representatives to various places in which basically people commemorate the anniversaries. So a couple of years ago, our president was on that parade together with, for example, the Israeli Prime Minister and some other EU leaders. I'm sure that we will be always adequately represented at all relevant places where victory against fascism is commemorated, because those people who believe that such evils cannot repeat themselves in a very malign form in the 21st century have not learned much from history. Unfortunately, technology advances, but human nature and human societies tend to stay the same. We stick to principles. For us, the territorial integrity of every country, for example, of Serbia, of Ukraine, or other countries, is equally valuable. You see, we don't have this view that one country's territorial integrity is less valuable than other countries.
Thank you for that, and I hope that Serbian representatives will remind about it to Russian hosts in Moscow. And let me move to the heart of Europe, to Belgium, the country which is hosting the capital of European integration project, the country that is, however, also quite regularly on the media as a symbol of divisions, regionalism, some nationalism. And do you think that you can enlarge EU and absorb successfully new member states at the same time to keep cohesion of European integration project? And maybe you have some recommendations based on Belgian struggles about cohesion.
I think you make a very good point, because integration asks for some shared values, and I think that the enlargement of the European Union has more explicit than in the past a geopolitical aspect. But then again, you can't enlarge with countries that are completely against or don't are ruled by the principles that are basically for the European Union. It is for that reason that some countries want to be part of the European Union. You mentioned your own country, for instance. I think that's a good example how the integration can improve the political and the social life, but also the economical growth of a country. And Poland is a very successful example in it. So you have to look for a balance, and maybe because of course we have the idea of that we can only take major steps if all the member states can agree on. In our government, at least, we're trying to look at possibilities, let's say, to do things maybe with a smaller group that can work together on certain issues where it is impossible to find a compromise with all the member states. But nevertheless, we must try to avoid that this is the start of disintegration, which could be the case. Then you have certain member states that go very fast and others that remain more prudent. So it is, I don't think you can put it in one formula. It will be ever continuing struggle and finding a balance between the two elements. So a larger European Union should be created on the principles of the Copenhagen criteria, You can't say, okay, whatever country, you can be part of our growing European Union. So we must stick to those principles. But let us not forget that there is more and more strategic element in the discussions about enlargement.
Peter, your words are honey to my heart about the values, reminding that we cherish the same values in the EU and we want to defend them. But looking at the, sorry for being a bit maybe blunt, we call it Warsaw Rule. There is a Chatham House rule for lack of attribution, and Warsaw Rule is for straightforwardness. We have war behind the border. We don't have a time for political correctness, and sometimes we have to cut to the chase. Belgium is one of the countries that is blocking transfer of frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. You think this is based on values or some very pragmatic calculations, and do you think this is fair towards other EU countries that heavily contribute their own financial and military resources to help Ukraine survive?
We did it on very solid grounds. And I think
they are always very solid. But
I think our Prime Minister, who was rather alone in that stance, was able to convince the partners that it was a very, how do you call it in English, a bad good idea. Because you had some risks that you would open to. And then our principal position was, if you want to take that risk,
but these are the risks of the rich. These are the risks of the rich societies, and we have the risk of we share the values.
The risk of
they are dying.
The risk of being after you do what they. It's not an amount of money you can just use without taking a risk. And then we said, okay, let's take that risk, but you are together with us in solidarity to take that risk. And then you saw that they said, there are no risks, but even then we won't be on your side if that would be the case. So we put the question on the table, and then we saw that everyone really saw that there would be and could be a moment that we would spend money that afterwards we had to find somewhere else. So I think there are other, and our government thought that there were other possibilities to help Ukraine, and I think it was a very brave because it's not very easy to be alone on the political table in Europe. But
I would say brave it would be to transfer the money. Not to transfer is
yeah, but was for instance brave. Poland, were they there if the risks were
but still probably it's easier to pay with the money than with health and life of our children, defending hard security of the country.
For that reason, the question was not, are we going to help? The question was, with which money are we going to do that? And I think the solution that has been found is a better and a more solid solution than the idea that there was free money that you could spend without any risk or without any consequence.
I hope you will advocate for this push also to your government, and I know that you've been advocating for the right causes also in Caucasus, and I think that Ukrainian defenders would be very grateful, and all of us and our security would be impacted by that. But this is maybe more my personal perspective. But let's move to the lawyer that we have in our panel, to our representative from Albania, Maggie. Well, Albania is actually a shining example how you can do it. You are kind of like a diligent student. I mean, doing the right thing at the right time, even sometimes ahead of time, on the path to European integration. And this is really probably inspiring for many countries, and probably could be a role model for Armenia how to do the process right, on time, and move forward. However, at the same time, we have difficult discussions for countries maybe like yours about fast-tracking some other countries that are at war. And I'm referring to Ukraine right now. And so Ukraine has been suggested by German and French colleagues that maybe a fast track on EU integration would be a solution to help provide security to Ukraine. How do you see it from your perspective when you are doing the solid, organic work towards European integration? Your neighbors like Northern Macedonia are waiting for more than 10 years in the waiting room. And then there is a discussion about fast-tracking other countries. And to make it clear, I'm very pro-Ukrainian in the struggle for European integration. However, myself, I'm against fast-tracking because I think it might create Euroscepticism in different countries. But what is the perspective of Albania on it?
Thank you very much. I know you introduced me as a lawyer to get a straight answer and not a diplomatic one, but I'm no longer a practicing lawyer, unfortunately. But thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to thank the hosts and the organizers as well. It's also my first time in Yerevan, and it's amazing to be here and also to be alongside such distinguished panelists. And on a topic which goes right at the heart of Europe's future, not only Belgium, but also enlargement, right? And when we talk about enlargement, of course, we talk about Ukraine, Moldova, the Western Balkans, Armenia. And I think I'll start by saying something that we've heard also from the opening remarks, and we keep hearing that, of course, in the last few years, the international security landscape has shifted a lot. And that has really changed the situation in Europe. Russia's aggression against Ukraine as well has brought a different perspective, perhaps also to what you mentioned, maybe a fast track, but I wouldn't call it that necessarily. I think that enlargement is just plainly no longer a policy, just a policy anymore. It's much more than that. It's a strategic investment, it's a strategic necessity, and it's something that we have been, for Albania, we have been echoing this for many years now, since the Thessaloniki promise in 2003, but also beyond that, integration and enlargement is also about, not just for the candidate countries, but it's also about strengthening Europe's resilience, stability, security, and this is what we've been discussing here in this forum, but also much more than that. So when we talk about enlargement, it's not really a new story. It's something that has been happening for decades. Enlargement as the European Union's most powerful strategic instrument. I mean, we saw that also with the 2004 Big Bang moment. So similarly, we come that, history repeats itself in a way, and today it's no exception that the history of Europe is a history of enlargement. For Albania, we have been clear that, of course, there is the sharing of values. Of course, there is a sharing of and aligning with the EU's policy, but it's also a two-way street in the sense that it's also a merit-based process. So we have maintaining our reforms, maintaining to do the work. We have very comprehensive judicial reform that we have been undertaking for the last few years, but not only that. I mean, we have seen that starting from the opening of the accession negotiations in 2022 with a new methodology, going through the screening process and then opening all clusters within a year. So it takes a lot of work and consistent work. And if that wasn't the case, then if we had already achieved everything, we'd already be part of it. But of course, and we're talking about, and not just to mention the 100% CFSP alignment, but also as an exporter now of security, and not just as an importer. When I say 100% CFSP alignment, I also mean exporting on in terms of and contributing to EU missions. I also mean being, and just recently we had the second session of the Albania EU Security and Defense dialogue as well. But of course, we talk about concrete results when it comes to also the Reform and Growth Facility, where Albania is among the top performers in the region. So I think it's a combination of both, for sure, that you need to do the work on the ground, but the geopolitics behind it plays a very big and important role. And I think that's the case for not just the candidate countries, but also for the European continent. We are very supportive for any country who shares the same values, who is willing to do the work, to be a member state. And I think Albania has also shown in terms of its foreign policy of being a catalyst for regional cooperation as well, that we are all for regional cooperation, especially in the framework of EU integration. So I think this goes the same for Ukraine and the candidate countries, because we don't just aspire to be members of the EU, but we're already acting as part of it. And I think that's the most important thing, to really act as an EU member state. Of course, being part of the EU, and when we talk about enlargement, we cannot dismiss the diversity aspect of it. But I think that's the most important thing, of coming together on what unites us, on the challenges that we face, on what we share, to really get around also the diversities of the process. And in that case also it's also a two-way street when we talk about enlargement. Of course, the work that the candidate countries do, but also what the EU provides. And the EU needs to, when we talk about the EU working on itself in a parallel manner, to be ready to join, to have other and new member states joining, member states that can really contribute to its security and resilience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I was thinking about asking you a question about your decision to join Board of Peace, but I decided to maybe leave it for another panel discussions. But congratulations on the membership. However, let me jump to Kaspar. Kaspar, you are very experienced European diplomat. Now you will represent the whole European Union to China, which is itself a subject and also impacts the regions of both Western Balkans, but also Ukraine and Europe as a whole. But I want to make a reference to the statement by President Macron from yesterday, when he underlined that he feels obliged to remind that there are 4,000 Russian troops in Armenia, including 1,000 border guarding Armenian border, in fact at the cost of Armenian state. And do you think that European Union making this big show off in Yerevan, coming here at scale and making a lot of promises, and there was one promise by chief diplomat Kaja Kallas about opening EU mission on foreign interference. I think the interference was probably related between, among others, China and Russia. Do you think that EU can provide security to Armenia?
I think that, thank you, Zbigniew. At least it's very important to see that Armenia is on our mental map, and very clearly now. And the EPC summit taking place for the first time in the Southern Caucasus and here in Armenia,
closer to the microphone, please.
Showing that Armenia is also on the move is very important. Armenia on the move, and I hope it continues to be on the move towards peace. Of course, you need multiple partners for that. But making all the efforts. Armenia also continuing to reform in terms of democracy and rule of law. All these things matter. And yeah, the EU assists where it can assist, with the monitoring mission, with this new initiative, because that's important also in the geopolitical context. If I can, Zbigniew, if I can pick on just what has been said by Marco, please, for example, Marco Juris. Yes, indeed, there is the makeover of the geopolitical order at the moment. We see that geography matters again. We see that it matters again to know who your friends are. We see that it matters to move closer together as countries that not only share interests, but also, as Kaja Kallas often says, principles and values. And in this context of the new world turmoil, of riding the storm, Trump, Xi Jinping, Putin, power plays, we see that things are happening indeed. We see EPC taking place here, with Canada present. That's significant. We see Britain moving closer to the EU, now also starting talks to participate in this new initiative to support Ukraine, the Ukraine loan of 90 billion. We see, if you look further to the northwest, we see Iceland, we often forget about that, but Iceland had EU accession negotiations, froze them in 2013, but this summer in August, they'll have a referendum on the question if they want to resume such kind of negotiations. Now, all these kind of things that are happening in a certain context, are happening indeed in the context of the makeover of the global order. And in this context, if I can pick on and build on what Mr. Fino said from Albania, we see this enlargement process. And this process is very technical in many of its aspects. I'm very much aware about that, and all the steps have to be taken. At the same time, the enlargement process always had also a geopolitical dimension. I remember that as a young diplomat in the Netherlands, we also concluded already decades ago that actually the EU's most effective foreign policy, you cannot lock it into the common foreign and security policy, the second pillar of the Maastricht Treaty. No, the enlargement is actually maybe the most effective foreign policy, because countries don't only align their policies, they adopt legislation from the EU and they transform their whole societies. Well, more effective than that you can't have. But, as Mr. De Rover said, we have to find the right balance, because it's not an automatic win-win. So you have to find the right balance, because we want to take in countries that make the EU as the EU together stronger rather than weaker. And we have had, of course, experience over the past decades that we've seen, notably in Hungary under Viktor Orban, where we saw that backsliding after accession, we saw regression in the independence of the judiciary, in the rule of law, in democratic processes, and it made the EU weaker rather than stronger, both internally as well as on the world scene. So it is very important that when we move together and that we take more countries in, that it makes the Union stronger together and more forceful. Last point, if I may, that also implies, I think, a task for the current EU member states and the Brussels bureaucracy, of which I will be part in the near future.
Kaspar, one brief question. There is, because we have limited time, we still have like 7 minutes around, and I want to use your wisdom about China. You know, we are joking sometimes that Putin helped to create Ukrainian national identity and President Trump European security identity. What is the contribution of China to the EU?
Well, the EU sees China in a kind of triple view, as well as a partner, for example, on climate change, where China is, of course, a huge CO2 emitter, but also part of the solution because of its scale and its technological ability. Where you also see China as a competitor, and nowadays we see that if you just look at the trade figures between the EU and China, to what extent it is a very vigorous competitor. And we also see from the EU China as a systemic rival, because it doesn't share all our values in several fields. And we have differences of interest and views and principles in many ways. So that will be a challenge. What you at least see at this moment in the current global context is that you see a very high number of delegations visiting China from the EU, from member states as well as the EU institutions. It's very impressive. So in the future, as the EU ambassador to China, I will have to manage all that, and that in itself will already be a very practical challenge.
Peter, if I could have a personal question, request to you, if you could convey in Beijing the name anti-coercion mechanism. Not everyone knows about it, but in the EU we have a mechanism, it's called anti-coercion mechanism. If someone aggressively attacks a single country of the EU, attacks the whole EU. It's like Article 5 on EU economy. So it's just a maybe polite reminder to our Chinese colleagues that if they will pick a small vulnerable state in the EU and will try to tease them, you will inform China that we have anti-coercion mechanism, so it means the whole EU is responding on behalf of this small vulnerable state. And this is something what we should be aware, not to allow Chinese to use this leverage of scale when we have it also. So just if I could...
there are of course a lot of different trade measures and possibilities. Instruments, so to say, anti-subsidy, anti-dumping, etc. And the measure, the ACI, the blocking statute, as it is often called, is a measure of last resort. But yes, the EU needs to look always at all the potential measures on the table. That is clear.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I want to ask a question to the representative of our host, Arman. Well, I really admire the Armenian effort, and I know the time is essence, not only in our panel, but for Armenia, because many of regional challengers, enemies are busy right now. And it might not always be like that. So I admire your effort, but there is still, in my opinion, a risk. You are not in close relation with China and with Russia, which we can agree was kind of unhealthy relation. But right now you are in the middle, in transition. So in my opinion, it's a bit vulnerable. So based on the example of other countries that are trying to get closer to the European Union, to integrate with European Union, to join EU, is it Georgia? Is it Ukraine? Are these countries from Southeastern Europe? Are there some requests that you have to us? How we can help Armenia to be safe in this transitory period?
Thank you very much for the question and for this opportunity. Indeed, we have requests, and we have said it to our EU colleagues, starting from combating the hybrid warfare threats, malign information attacks, etc., ending with trade policies. You know that Armenia is not in DCFTA agreement, in Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Area agreement, which poses certain tariff barriers on Armenian goods, not to speak about non-tariff barriers. So we have communicated it to our EU colleagues that we could somehow either accelerate the process of lifting of some of the barriers, be that tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers, or maybe we could, for the time being, for, as you have phrased it, for this transition period, use some autonomous trade measures, which I know that EU institutions use very rarely and very reluctantly, that I understand. But answer to your question is this one, and I am not tired to repeat it, that the day will come and we would need very tangible and very fast, speedy solutions for some of our problems that we might encounter or might not. But better to have these measures at place at a political level, so that if we need them, like we had with, for example, today we have discussed the events of 2022 when the EU decided in the course of a couple of weeks, if not days, to send EU monitoring mission, civilian mission, to the border of Azerbaijan and Armenia, from the Armenian side of the border, and it helped us a lot. First it was the temporary mission, then it became a permanent mission, which is still in place, and it helped a lot. It was a cornerstone for a very long time of our security architecture, and this decision was made, as I said, in a very short time, which was not very common for other decisions made in the Council. So in the same manner, I believe that we could somehow convince our EU colleagues to take steps, some decisions that are not normally taken in a very short period of time. So this would be my answer.
I think this is very practical. So measures, more physical presence of EU observation missions, advisory missions on the ground in Armenia to counterbalance the regional tensions. Thank you very much for that. I think we don't have time. No one is kicking me, but I will try to maybe not sum up it, but well, when I've seen the motto of this year's Yerevan Dialogue conference, riding through the storms, well, I'm a sailor for 30 years, And I like storms. I'm not afraid of them, but there are certain rules. And the basic rule is when you sail through the storm, don't stop. And this is the important element. Optimists would say, hopefully it will end. Pessimists will say that, it is very scary. But realists just adjust the sails and keep going. We just have to keep going. But another reflection about the subject of our discussion about EU enlargement and being aware how difficult this process is, being from Poland, the country that had this path successfully ended. But it's about like a journey. It's not always about destination. It's not always about the end. It's the process itself is of great value. And I think the effort that Armenia, that Albania, that Serbia are doing on the way to the European Union is of incredible value itself. And I think this is something to admire. And I hope that our public will join us in applauding this wonderful panel. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. Get back to the MC and have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ready to begin our panel discussion titled South Caucasus at a Turning Point, Prospects for Peace and Cooperation. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Dr. Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. So welcome to this afternoon session. I think it's fundamentally the most important conversation for this region, perhaps for many regions today. How do we build for peace and cooperation, for prosperity and stability? And South Caucasus, as we heard this morning in the inaugural address from the Prime Minister, from President Macron, from the Foreign Minister's speech, South Caucasus is at a turning point, and the fundamental experiment happening here is how do we connect for cooperation, connect for peace, connect for prosperity, and connect for mutual benefit. The world is watching. I'm certainly a very interested individual. 3 years ago, we invested into building the Yerevan dialogue because we truly believed that conversations and dialogues can lead to progressive outcomes. And through this particular panel discussion this afternoon, I really want to ask each one of you to take 3 to 4 minutes to reflect on the fundamental question placed before us, that how can connectivity build trust? How can connectivity build good economics? How can connectivity build sustainable peace? And can we seize this moment in a world which is otherwise facing multiple storms? Can South Caucasus, through a unified approach, through a regional cooperative framework, ride the storms? I think that's the title of the conference, and that's my imploration to this panel to focus on, can we capture the zeitgeist of this moment of creating something for the future? Let me start with our first speaker, Ruben Rubinian, Vice President, National Assembly of Armenia. Sir, you have 3 to 4 minutes for your opening thoughts.
Thank you. The good news is that we are already seizing the moment when it comes to the situation in the South Caucasus, and particularly the state of the relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The other good news is there is a state of relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan because before last August, there was a state of conflict between these countries. And many things have happened since, unimaginable things, things that people wouldn't believe that are possible. More than 2 years have passed already that no single soldier or a service person has been killed from either side on the Armenian-Azerbaijani border. Ever since the conflict started, there has never been such 2 years. There's even, at least in the case of Armenia, and the statistics of which I know, there has never been a single year where no service person has been killed on the border from fire from the other side. Furthermore, starting from last fall, Azerbaijan lifted all restrictions on railroad transit to and from Armenia, which is an enormous step for the region of the South Caucasus because trains did not run through Azerbaijan to Armenia for almost 3 decades. And it's a fundamental stone in the wall of peace and interdependence in a good way between our countries. We have also started direct trade with Azerbaijan. Armenian business people have already imported oil products from Azerbaijan, again, something that was not imaginable before, and there are discussions regarding reciprocal business endeavors. I mean, Armenian business people importing goods that Azerbaijani business people would need.
But we have an opportunity to make this positive situation even bigger. We have the normalization process between Armenia and Turkey, which we have started back in the beginning of 2022 with Ambassador Kılıç, with Serdar. And we think that it's time that positive big steps also start happening in the Armenia-Turkey normalization process. And not to say that things haven't happened, things have happened. The flights between Istanbul and Yerevan have resumed back in 2022. Starting from this year, Turkish Airlines have started flying to Yerevan. There are discussions on having more flights between our countries. We have enabled direct air cargo trade between our countries. Yesterday we signed a protocol on joint renovation or restoration of the historic Ani Bridge, also known as Silk Road Bridge. But I have to admit that the Armenia-Azerbaijan track is ahead of the Armenia-Turkey normalization process, which is good, but I think we have a historic opportunity to also achieve better progress in the Armenia-Turkey normalization track, and we have to seize this opportunity.
Thank you, Excellency. I think you have emphasized on more ambition on the Turkey-Armenia track. Let me turn to Ambassador Serdar Kılıç, Special Representative of Turkey-Armenia normalization process. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you, Samir. At a given point, I thought that you overestimate our abilities, that we are going to be able to answer those questions, very crucial and very important questions in 3-4 minutes. But I'm thankful to Ruben. He almost told whatever I was planning in my mind to share with you, the railroad connections and everything. But it's wonderful to be here. First of all, I would like to thank to the Armenian government and Armenian authorities for the excellent hospitality they have accorded us. I was chatting with a number of journalists downstairs. They asked me how I feel in Yerevan. I said, at home. And it is not lip service. I really feel at home here. My friends also have the same feeling. We are in a very friendly atmosphere. And throughout the normalization process, we enjoyed that friendship and understanding and openness from the Armenian side, especially Ruben. He kept on coming with constructive proposals. Although I have some complaints about his insistence on some of the proposals in that regard, but I mean, we have covered a lot of ground. I mean, we started, as he mentioned, back in January 22, and if we return back to that point and tell Ruben and Serdar that you are going to be at this point in 2026, most probably we wouldn't believe it. I mean, we have covered enormous ground, as I have mentioned. First of all, I mean, the normalization definition is wrong. I mean, we are not normalizing Turkey-Armenia relations. It's not a normalization process. It's a confidence-building process. So we are trying to build confidence so that we'll be able to take overarching steps that will take us to the full normalization of relations between our two countries. But you cannot isolate the Turkish-Armenian normalization or confidence building process from the overall efforts in the region on connectivity. And we shouldn't only confine connectivity to transport, railroad, and so on and so forth. There are more important fields that we have to exert efforts. I mean, internet connections is very important. Transportation, air transportation is very important. Internet connections, as I told you, we have recently signed an agreement with the Armenian companies in that regard in order to provide better internet services to the Armenian people. As I told you, I mean, we have to have a broader approach to the connectivity issue, and we have to have a broader approach to the establishment of peace and stability in the region. I mean, I have my own ideas, of course, as to who is going to make the proposals in that regard, whether the third countries should come up with their creative ideas as well. But overall, I feel that any idea for enhancing relations, developing relations, and establishing long-term durable peace and stability in the region, the ideas should come from the region, within the region itself. We should display the sense of ownership in that regard. So this is what I will tell for the time being.
I think that's the last point you make is important. The region has to own it. But I'm going to come back to you in the next round and ask you, what is the role of outside powers, big powers? Everyone is wanting to influence outcomes, and I'm going to ask you about that. How do you manage regional cooperation with external interests that are bound to grow once connectivity grows, right? But let me first turn to Magdalena Grono, EU Special Representative for the South Caucasus and the crisis in Georgia. Magdalena, your opening thoughts.
Thank you so much, Samir. Thank you, colleagues.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Yes, I will try to do that. Good afternoon. A great pleasure to be here. And I must start by saying it's a day also where we just held the first EU-Armenia summit, so also an important day in that context. It's a pleasure to be on this panel. You speak about regional ownership, and of course I am surrounded by colleagues whose participation precisely highlights that the region works together in a novel way. And I think that needs to be really welcome and highlighted. I feel that the new unprecedented dynamic since the Washington summit of last summer really opens new strategic opportunities for the region and its overall positioning. Its positioning as an absolutely crucial chess piece on the route between Europe, obviously the Black Sea, South Caucasus, onto Central Asia and Asia, but also with new opportunities opening for perhaps greater cooperation with the Middle East. And indeed, this is even more highlighted as an important island, in a sense, right now of stability, as we see two big conflict theaters to the northwest of the region, but now also to the south of the region. So this is a moment in time to really focus on cementing that stability, and I believe that connectivity and the broader connectivity agenda can indeed cement peace and its benefits. Now, for the EU, connectivity, of course, is a crucially important focus. And indeed, for us, there is importance in the security of links and supply chains and transit, but security is not the only thing. We in the EU really put a premium on trusted partnerships, and we feel that in this increasingly uncertain global world, precisely trusted partnerships are what can make connectivity work and work long term. And these trusted partnerships also need to work both ways. They are two-way streets, and they obviously need to develop prosperity for all those along those routes. And for us, therefore, and I appreciated that in the framing of this panel, the focus also on creating value chains along the way is an important one. We believe that value chains both at the macro level, and here, for instance, a good example is work with Central Asian partners on critical raw materials, but also at micro levels as we talk about multimodal connectivity that will create business opportunities and opportunities for really populations to benefit as the links are being deepened and built. These are precisely the building blocks of making that connectivity both benefit all, but ideally indeed cement peace in the long run. A lot of discussion, of course, about the middle corridor at this moment. In our calculations, the volumes along the middle corridor have increased fourfold since 2022. And we hope that with the right investments, they can increase another threefold by 2030. And these are precisely also investments that we are discussing with the South Caucasus partners. One additional moment I'd like to highlight is that for us, that connectivity needs to be inclusive and not isolate any partners in the region, as previously conflict realities had perhaps dictated. So we are now discussing, for instance, here with colleagues in Yerevan, connectivity projects that would look at perhaps road infrastructure, border crossings, etc. With colleagues in Baku, given the new opportunities that have opened, and including through the TRIP project, broader kind of line that opens up the linkages. We're discussing rehabilitation of the Nakhchivan railway segment. I can talk to this perhaps more in the discussion if there's interest. One last thing I wanted to say, and I know that in the audience there's a lot of colleagues from the peace-building community. I think that connectivity is also something that can perhaps create a beneficial environment for also working with the legacies of the past that obviously conflicts always leave behind. I think that economic benefits alone are perhaps not sufficient to address all aspects of the past, but they certainly create a conducive atmosphere, and this is something also that we on the EU side would like to support.
In fact, Ambassador, I'm going to turn to you, Magdalene, I'm going to turn to you in the next round and ask you that Europe has both experiences. You've seen a hyper-connected Europe go to war multiple times in the last century. You've seen a connected Europe create a union. And I'm going to ask you what kind of connectivity works and what could be problematic. So I'm going to come to you from a European lens. But let me now turn to Lasha Darsalia, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Georgia, for your opening remarks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saran. First of all, I want to express our appreciation to be here, and I'm glad that I'm back in Yerevan Dialogue for this discussion with the distinguished panelists, and I'm glad that we have this opportunity to talk about South Caucasus. When we are talking about South Caucasus and connectivity, I really want first to talk about South Caucasus. And Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, we are independent countries more than 3 decades now, even 4th decade is on. And this region went through a lot of tragedies, conflicts, refugees, IDPs, economical chaos, and in the end we still are so on a path of development. But when we are talking about South Caucasus, this is important to say that first time now we have the chance. South Caucasus before was just geographical concept. And first time in our history, in modern history, we first time we have the chance to become the real politically, economically region. And this is very important for Georgia. This is not granted. We are not even there yet. We are on this path. And for Georgia, regional cooperation is very important. For Georgia, South Caucasus as a whole region is very important. I even can say that we were waiting for this momentum last 35 years to have this chance talk about regional cooperation as a whole region. Not bilaterally, not separately. Georgia was enjoying very good relations with all our southern neighbors, including Turkey. But this is first time when we have chance to talk about region, which I think will be important basement for connectivity in the end in future, because the bilateral relations is not really enough to be attractive for the outside world. While if we will have proper regional cooperation, that's exactly what will make South Caucasus as important hub, attractive hub for outside world to invest, to be part of these processes inside of our region. So in this regard, I just want to say that we are very much motivated. We have a lot of incentives and very much interested to further advance the regional cooperation. You know that Georgia also invested a lot in this, and we are looking forward South Caucasus as an attractive hub, important hub for international trade, international investments, and economical activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Lasha. I'm going to come back to you in the next round, and I'm going to ask you again the question around external actors, their roles in the region, and how are we going to create a regional cooperation in this whole new multipolar architecture that is emerging. It's confusing. It's different to the 20th century when we had a very definite pin code address for the institutions that would serve us, the United Nations. As it becomes less relevant in certain aspects, how does the region, or who does the region turn to? I think that's a question I want to ask you. But let me go to Rusif, a colleague of mine who heads, he's the director of the Topchu Bashov Center in Azerbaijan. You've already been invoked a couple of times in this conversation. In many ways, you are one of the key protagonists in this region as we build out to the future. Your opening remarks, please.
Well, thank you, Dr. Saran. I can't start my speech without saying a couple of words of appreciation to our hosts for inviting me and my colleagues from Azerbaijan. I know that Armenia's Foreign Ministry and ORF India are our formal hosts. However, when it comes to the visit of an Azerbaijani delegation, many agencies are usually involved. So I really want to expand my gratitude to everyone involved to make this visit possible. However, seeing an Azerbaijani expert in Armenia nowadays is not unusual, thank God. And these kind of expert engagement and reciprocal visits are really contributing to the societal reconciliation. About your question, Dr. Saran, I will repeat what Mr. Rubinyan said in the beginning of his conversation. Last year, especially in fall, we witnessed two milestone events. It was about Azerbaijan's lifting de facto embargo on Armenia-bound cargo from third countries, and Azerbaijan's shipment of certain petroleum products into Armenia. When I read this news, the immediate questions which popped up in my head were following. What was the legal basis for this economic engagement? And did Armenia pay transit fees for Azerbaijan? Now, thinking about these questions retrospectively, I realized that they were about legal framework and institutionalization of these rising engagement between the two countries, which used to be very, very antagonistic until a few years ago. So right now we are witnessing certain trade and economic interaction between Armenia and Azerbaijan, despite the absence of the peace treaty. However, the farther we go, and I know that the officials from both sides, they are exchanging the list of possible items for the further trade. The farther we go about this, the more the parties will need certain legal frameworks and you know, diplomatic settings, etc. And in this case, the question whether peace will bring trade and connectivity or vice versa is kind of a chicken versus egg dilemma for me. But what I am witnessing nowadays is that these two things are happening simultaneously and pushing each other further. Thank you.
Good. Rusif, you actually raise an important point, something that's also agitated me. How do you institutionalize this momentum? You're talking about legal frameworks. I think what you're really asking is that how do we institutionalize all the benefits we have achieved, capture them in some framework, and then build on top. And I'm going to come back to you in the next round, and I'm going to ask you specifically, what could be some of those institutionalization arrangements that could take this momentum forward? I think that's something that I want to know. Okay, as we move to the second round, I think there are two big questions in my mind that I want to place before you. The first is, as we saw this morning and as we saw last year, international interest in a region can be very beneficial. External actors can catalyze positive change. We saw this morning the role of Europe, we have seen the role of the US, we have seen other actors play positive roles in shaping agendas. But I really want this panel to engage on this particular moment and how can the international community support it, what is the role for the outside world, and how do we allow regional ownership to sustain even as we build partnerships with external actors. And I think sometimes it's a fine balancing act. That's the first question. The second question that I want to leave with you, second part, that connectivity is an abstract term. It has to, for a common man on the street, it should have an economic return, it should have a political value. How do countries galvanize public opinion in support of many of these very large international arrangements, which are largely dots on the line, or dots on a map, lines on the map? How do we excite people to support some of these very large geopolitical ventures when they are more bothered about their existential demands of daily lives, right? And on this round, I want you to address these two big questions. How do you manage the internal domestic politics, and how do you manage the external, their interest as well as their usefulness in stitching this together? Let me turn to you, the Vice President. Let me request you to speak.
Well, speaking about external actors or states that are not directly from the region, Well, I can bring you an example from this panel. For example, here we are, my Azerbaijani colleague, my Georgian colleague, my Turkish colleague. Turkey is indeed the neighbor of the South Caucasus, but it's not in the South Caucasus per se, and the European Union, of course, which is not in the South Caucasus yet. But how can, for example, Turkey and the European Union play a positive role in the South Caucasus? Well, first of all, being connected to the South Caucasus. Of course, there are existing railroads and roads and infrastructure which are linking Turkey to Georgia and to Azerbaijan, but there is a vital link missing. Armenia has no direct railroad connection to the European Union because, unfortunately, so far we haven't had the opportunity to have an unblocked railroad connection between Armenia and Turkey, and hence with the European Union. But if this did happen, it would create enormous opportunities for Armenia, for Turkey, for Azerbaijan, for Georgia, for the European Union. By the way, answering to the last question, I forgot to mention that Azerbaijan lifting restrictions on transit to Armenia wouldn't be, of course, possible without the participation of Georgia, because the goods that came from Kazakhstan and Russia to Armenia passed through Azerbaijan, but then through Georgia as well, and we are very grateful to our Georgian friends for that. Of course, external actors, they can be helpful and not so much, and the world is full of both examples. Unfortunately, recently, the second example happens more often, but I think the very fact that here right now in Yerevan, an Armenian, a Georgian, an Azerbaijani, a Turk, and a European, or rather a representative of the European Union are gathered means that we are onto something, that we are thinking and discussing things in the right direction. And I am absolutely convinced that both the European Union and Turkey have a very positive role to play in the South Caucasus in the coming years or months or weeks or maybe days.
And Excellency, since you are part of the National Assembly, you represent the people, how do you excite your own people to sign on, for these big projects that now we are thinking about, which are going to take decades to implement in some sense, right? How do you excite people on the streets to sign on to this?
Well, as Serdar said, processes involve confidence building. Even if you are talking about big, grandiose ideas and projects, you have to also implement some steps which are easier to implement. For example, it may have sounded unrealistic, but it only took us a couple of months. By saying us, I mean Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, for example. It took us only a couple of months to make it happen. Some good being transported to Armenia via Azerbaijan, or to make it happen, Azerbaijan selling oil products to Armenia. So on the one hand, for example, the population of Armenia, they hear about these grand projects of, for example, TRIP, of renovating the railroads, etc., etc., which may be hard to believe if they are thinking from the standpoint of 30 years of conflict. But on the other hand, they see that in a matter of months, before their own eyes, they see a train coming from Azerbaijan, passing through Georgia, and entering Armenia, bringing Kazakh wheat. So it is with these low-hanging fruits, if you may, it is possible to show the people the real benefits of these projects, and I think we need to see more of these.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn to you, Ambassador.
Sabir, thank you very much. Well, times have changed a lot, but my 40 years of experience in diplomatic service and my in-depth knowledge of the region makes me feel half-hearted with regard to foreign intervention in the region itself. I pay the utmost importance to regional experience and regional expertise. And on the other hand, again, given the historical examples in that regard, we shouldn't let any third party or anyone, for that matter, to victimize the strategic interest, long-term strategic interest of the region to their short-term tactical gains. Well, with the TRIP project, we see that there was a very constructive approach on the part of the United States, and their contribution to the 8th of August agreements between Azerbaijan and Armenia. They are very important. But I can give you other examples I mean, didn't contribute to that extent to the understanding in the region. So as I told you, I pay utmost importance to regional experience and expertise. As the regional countries, they know their problems and they know the solutions to their problems. And when they need assistance in that regard, of course they can seek the assistance of external powers. I mean, there are certain economic requirements that the regional countries cannot come up with. In that sense, they will of course need assistance of outside powers. I mean, when we started with this normalization process, I think Ruben will agree with me. I mean, maybe I made 30, 40, 50 proposals to Ruben to follow. And none of them aimed at making any contribution or any benefit to Turkey. My main aim was contributing to the livelihood and better future of the Armenian people. Because I lived with the Armenian people in Los Angeles during my office over there and Beirut. And with Ruben, since 4 years now almost, I have the experience of working. And we have a working understanding because we came from the same culture, accept it or not. As I told, when I said, I feel at home in Yerevan, this is not lip service. I really feel at home over here. The people, they look like us, they think like us. The food even in the restaurants that you go are similar. So any solution to the regional problems should come within the region itself. And when the countries in the region feel that they need foreign support in that regard, of course they will seek for that. With regard to how we are going to generate the public support, it's all economics. If the people feel that connectivity and the projects within the context of connectivity will contribute to their livelihood, to their income, and for a better future to themselves and to their families, of course they will support that. But there should be a balance over there. They should not overpay. It should not be a burden on their shoulders, the connectivity. But in the long run, of course, it's going to contribute to the understanding, economics, and everything of the region.
No, very, very important points. Ambassador, but I couldn't help but remember my first visit to Armenia 4 years ago. When I came here, I said they eat like us, they look like us, they even marry like us. But then I realized it was an Indian wedding that was happening. There was a destination wedding happening in this hotel. I thought even the marriage ceremony is like India's, but it was actually an Indian wedding happening here. But you know, on your point, I think it's important to allow the benefits of the region define the framework for the future. Magdalena, I have asked you a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you, Samir. I have 3 quick points. So the first one you
have to bring the mic close to you.
Yes, sorry. 3 quick points. The first you asked about kind of legacies that Europe has that perhaps can be helpful or not. So of course one can't not think back to the somehow spiritual predecessor of the European Union, the European Coal and Steel Community, that effectively after the 5 years after the war pooled in a sense the productions of coal and steel, and through that created profound solidarities between 6 founding members. Now I think that Robert Schuman, who was of course essential in creating that concept, precisely talked about solidarities that make it both unthinkable but equally materially impossible to imagine another war. And this is something that I think we also, from our perspective, perceive precisely in the connectivity projects. Of course, they are beneficial for all of us, but if you have a sufficient interest created through investment and through then the economic benefits that this ultimately develops, it becomes indeed unthinkable and materially impossible to revert to conflict. Now, my second point is about the kind of interaction between local ownership and regional, perhaps, partners. I would like to say that the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace process has really been an incredibly powerful process where, yes, perhaps there has been important help by external actors along the way, but ultimately I feel that the ownership by the two capitals has been absolutely crucial, and it's something that is really to be in many ways admired in terms of the leadership that they both have taken. And in this, we really would like to simply be a partner in the sense that the agenda is clearly set by the regional actors, and we support where this is helpful and where this is needed. We have discussed with both opportunities for that cooperation, be it indeed in developing new regional cooperation opportunities, in developing perhaps cross-border cooperation when that moment is right, in developing, economic benefits of peace, but not only. I think it's also important to come back to those deeper legacies, and there we, for instance, are a partner in addressing some of the humanitarian questions. But I would really like to agree with Serdar Bey that the kind of local or regional ownership and drive has been essential, and there the EU wants to be really helpful. Now, last point I wanted to make, you asked a little bit about how to motivate people. I have the impression that there are indeed many things that have been opened by indeed the trade cooperation that has started, by this discussion on connectivity, etc. So what this can do is to, of course, boost trade, start creating jobs, start reinforcing resilience, etc., including at very local levels, and in particular in a cross-border context. And this is, I think, powerfully important. And this leads me to the last point, is that because of the decades of division, I find that while all of you here know that you eat the same, marry the same, and in many ways have similar customs, music, etc., many people in the societies are yet to, if not learn it, to certainly internalize it. And this is the kind of knowledge of each other that can also come through these connections, and that I think will be crucial.
Thank you. That's an important point. I'm going to turn back to that as my final question to the entire panel. I'm going to come to that. It's a slight variation of that. But let me turn to Minister Darsalia. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And well, first of all, when talking about external actors, I want to say that not only external actors are interested that we have prosperity and development in this region. And I think you know which actor I mean. So I will not go deep into that, but that's exactly where our region needs help as well. And but this to discuss this maybe needs the separate panel, and I will stop here. But talking about those actors who are really interested that we have development in this region, I think when talking about United States, European Union, other actors, we can, there is a lot of things where our region really needs support and help, and where we can have this. And first of all, I would say that what is important is that really understand the region, to listen to the region, to understand where these countries really need help, and help where they are asking to be helped, not just generally saying that we know where you need to be helped. And I think this is important, to understand the region, to listen to the region, and help where they are really asking help. And there are, I think, a lot which external actors can offer and increase the incentives for further cooperation.
Thank you. Rusef.
Dr. Saran, when it comes about the involvement of third parties or external powers in our region, well, we in Azerbaijan, we were pretty much traumatized for decades about the engagement of the infamous OSCE Minsk group. And according to the widespread Azerbaijani perception, that entity simply procrastinated this whole situation without offering any real solutions. Therefore, in the post-war reconfiguration of the region, of the new setting of the bilateral relations, etc., the Azerbaijani side would usually prefer the bilateral interaction, either with Georgia or with Armenia, and especially with Armenia. Now we have several tracks, such as a peace process, border demarcation, connectivity, trade, and this is the state-driven processes, and even the societal reconciliation, the expert and think tank engagement. As we see, the certain bilateral frameworks, they have been very, very productive and yielded really tangible and visible outcomes. At the same time, we all realize that the South Caucasus is not a remote island in a vast ocean. So we must certainly deal with neighboring countries, external powers, etc. In this case, and I'm now trying to convey to you the dominant viewpoint in Baku, that the Azerbaijani side would definitely welcome those engagements which would try to support the peace process, or are designed to somehow build the regional resilience and infrastructure. For instance, the US is part of the TREE project, and I know that Ms. Grono can speak about this more in detail. I know that there are talks about the EU. The EU's involvement in certain infrastructure projects across Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in this case, and my last note is that Baku would definitely welcome those external powers or institutions if they offer something beneficial for all three countries in South Caucasus without creating new fault lines across the region. Thank you.
Rusif, I just want to quickly ask you on your previous point that you had made regarding institutional and legal frameworks. Any quick inputs on that?
Well, as I just said, we have several tracks between Armenia and Azerbaijan: the peace process, border demarcation, trade, and connectivity.
Okay.
And each of them has a certain autonomous life cycle, and each of them is contributing to the further institutionalization.
You did. Now as we close this panel, I want to ask a final question. Connectivity projects are decadal in nature. They take many years to fructify. You are necessarily building for the next generation. What we are doing here is we are securing the world for our youth of today. The youth today are equally connected online. There is a digital exchange happening. There are digital connectivities which are important in the digital age, in the knowledge age. The people to people, the youth to youth conversations are equally important. The bridge that we are building has to be led by humans. So what could connectivity projects do to leverage the power, this young energy, the digital communities, to strengthen the more analog process of building roads? How can we bridge hearts as we build roads? And I think that's my final question, the power of youth and connectivity. Rusif, let me start with you, and let me come to the Vice President to have the final word, but let me start with you.
I'll try to be very, very quick. I represent a think tank, and I'm part of several Armenian and Azerbaijani expert meetings, and I firmly believe that the state-driven peace process is going like more or less okay, but we are yet to face and somehow contribute to the societal reconciliation in the future. And hopefully, in that case, certain digital tools, online engagement of Armenians and Azerbaijanis would contribute to this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Well, I would say that people-to-people contacts are very important. Would it be through digital or physical? But this is very important, but this cannot be just separate track or separate issue. This is part of the wider context, and wider context is that we need incentives for regional cooperation, and we need framework for regional cooperation, in which we will have different tracks, including the people-to-people contacts.
Magdalena?
2 points. One is a little bit more still infrastructural. So, of course, when we're talking about connectivity through the Caucasus...
Can you come closer to the mic?
Again, yeah. Sorry, I seem to not be friends with this.
Sorry,
I'm
being greedy.
Samitji, thank you. Connectivity, in our understanding also has a digital dimension, yeah? So, of course, we're talking about multimodal connectivity, so indeed transit, energy, but also digital. And I want to, of course, highlight the very significant potential that particularly this region and certainly this country has in terms of its capacities and potential for further development of the digital sphere, and including then also, renewable energy that will feed it, etc. So I think that this is certainly to be highlighted as part of the kind of broader infrastructure of connectivity. Now, as you link it to indeed either peace building or perhaps societal reconciliation and the role of youth, obviously the role of youth will be absolutely paramount. This is certainly sociological group that I think is to be particularly worked with, both because of the future that you highlight, but also because they have a very particular snapshot of the past, yeah? Perhaps they have not had experiences of living together, their views have been shaped differently, etc. So I think that a lot of the projects that have been mentioned, and that I know a lot of people in the audience are also working on, are specifically also targeting at creating opportunities for young people. And I think there's a plethora of cooperation opportunities that exist through education, through dialogue, through media, and yes, indeed also through online platforms.
Thank you. Ambassador Kilic?
Well, I agree with Magdalena on a number of points that she has made. Well, there is a digital dimension and there is a humanitarian dimension as well. I mean, we should teach the young generation especially how they will utilize and what for they will use the opportunities or facilities provided by the connectivity. Digital part in that regard is of utmost importance. They should know how to use it. And they should use it in order to contribute to their own lives and to the society, for the development of the society as well. In that sense, of course, I believe at least that the share of the burden goes to the governments. I mean, yes, you are right, we are not working for today, we are working for the future, but after all, leadership is seeing the future. So they should see the future and they should create the necessary conditions for the youth, how they are going to utilize the positive outcome of the connectivity and how they can use it in order to make their lives better and in order to contribute to the livelihood of the societies they are in.
Thank you, Ambassador. Vice President, the final word to you.
Thank you. If I understand the question correctly, which is how can youth be involved, or how can youth learn about connectivity using digital means, I think it's quite banal. First, we need to start working on the ground to create these connectivity projects. Simultaneously, we have to run them, and the youth will find ways to digitalize information about this connectivity. You know, I'm not a big believer in people-to-people contacts in a vacuum. I think real steps on the ground are necessary on which people-to-people contacts need to be built. For example, I can bring my example as a relatively, as a person who was relatively recently. Whenever I pictured the Armenian-Azerbaijani connectivity, I always, in my head, I had this picture of a railway station in the Armenian town of Megri in the Syunik region, which lays there in ruins without tracks. Whenever I thought about the Armenia-Turkey border, I pictured this closed fence, Turkey written on it in Russian from Soviet times, because this fence hasn't changed. The Iron Curtain has fallen, this part of the curtain hasn't fallen. But now I have to admit, whenever I'm thinking about the Armenia-Azerbaijani connectivity, now a different picture comes to my mind, and that's the train coming from Azerbaijan, passing through Georgia, and bringing wheat to Armenia. Whenever I'm thinking about Armenia-Turkey border, I'm picturing Serdar Bey. Hoping to see Serdar Bey on a train and to meet him on the train and maybe to to post it on social media and to make the youth believe in the positive outcome of this process. Thank you.
No, I think that's a fantastic note to end this on. Ambassador Kilic on a train with a smartphone connected on a Armenian telecommunication system, sending messages to the rest of the South Caucasus. I think that's connectivity we seek. But I think when we started this forum 3 years ago, the first conversation we hosted, and the Prime Minister of Armenia spoke, he outlined his vision for connectivity. He outlined his vision for a region that would enable its people to benefit from investing in each other, co-creating the future. And I'm delighted that we now have the trip, which is in many ways a part of that effort that started some years ago. And we have a European commitment to strengthen this particular process. With, of course, Turkey and EU signed on to this initiative, I'm sure we are heading towards good times. We are certainly riding the storm. Please join me in applauding this wonderful panel for their interventions this afternoon. Thank you very much, sirs and ladies.
to begin our panel discussion titled Navigating Global Geopolitical Shifts in a Multipolar World, Strategic Autonomy or Strategic Alignment. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Patrick Wintour, Diplomatic Editor, The Guardian, United Kingdom. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
This good? Thank you so much. Well, thank you for coming. You are clearly gluttons for punishment if you're here for yet more discussion about geopolitics at this stage. My name is Patrick Winter, and I'm the diplomatic editor at The Guardian, and thank you to the organisers for asking me to moderate this panel. This is only my second visit to Armenia, and to be chairing a discussion that will include Armenia's geostrategic options is, on my behalf anyway, ambitious, bordering on the foolhardy, so apologies for any naivety in any of my questions. The instructions from the organisers is that we are very liberal in terms of our content, but very authoritarian in terms of our timekeeping, so if there is time for questions at the end, I prefer to do that, and we'll see how we go. Now, distinguished panel is there in front of you, so I'm not going to go introduce them all, but we've been given a quite esoteric topic to discuss, and it probably needs a tiny bit of framing. But in essence, the thesis is that the international system's undergoing a profound transformation. Post-Cold War unipolar moment has given way to a complex and fluid multipolar environment, and that's characterized by intensified strategic competition, shifting alliances, and evolving economic interdependencies. And I guess the question we're being asked is whether the best way forward in terms of sovereignty and in terms of power is whether to shelter under the umbrella of a global power, or to have the courage and independence to strike out independently. And I imagine in part of the discussion the words Mark Carney will come up. But finally, before asking each panelist to respond to the questions they've been asked, I do think it's worth us just first asking the panel how they view the global order as it is now, because there's a slight assumption in our question that it is no longer unipolar, and it also slightly assumes that there was never a kind of multipolar, or may have always been a multipolar world in the Caucasus and the Balkans, and unipolarity is just alien to this region. And my last point of introduction is that I've got a friend called Mark Leonard, who's the director of the European Council on Foreign Relations, and he's just written a book about surviving chaos, geopolitics, when rules fail. And he said when he spoke to many of the people for the book, a lot of them admitted to him that they had no idea about what was going to come next. And I just want to quote this bit. He says, "We're just buying time. That isn't a failure of nerve. It's an honest response to a genuinely novel situation. A situation where the world that we're in just is not living up to the rules that we were taught would govern it. And for most of the post-war era, grand strategy was about managing known risks with a known structure. You could be wrong about the details, but the frame was stable. The frame, unfortunately, he says, is now gone. The liberal order isn't wounded, it's dead. Every foreign policy establishment in Washington, Brussels, London is still performing CPR on a corpse." I mean, that's kind of the grimmest possible account of where we are now, but I'd love to get the panel going down the line, how they view the global order as it stands out. Great.
Well, thank you for such a picturesque introduction. I don't think that I need to say anything more, but just for the introduction, me being the State Secretary for Europe and representing my government at the General Affairs Council within the EU, I would really like to congratulate Armenia for hosting the European Political Summit yesterday, and for the Armenia-EU summit as well. I think we can really say that Armenia has been at the heart of Europe in these recent days, and it's really
rewarding, I would say, for Armenia, and I trust that Armenia will continue doing, working in the same manner. Talking about international environment, of course, I think it is, we can say that is more volatile, less predictable than it's been in last decades. International law has been challenged, multiplying conflicts are rising. Not only international law has been challenged, human rights have been challenged, humanitarian law. And one may ask, where is in this whole picture multilateralism? Is it obsolete? And where is international law? I would say in no way. I would say that current situation that we are in, and situation in which each and every country all over the globe is in one way or another tackled by a lack of multilateralism, of not implementing international law, shows us how costly it is not to cooperate and how unbearable those costs are. So I think we should all return back to multilateralism because, of course, after the Second World War, it served us well. It's never been perfect. Nobody can really argue in this way, but it has provided some safe framework, and multilateralism should not be regarded in the idealistic terms, but in the realistic terms, because we are all independent countries, and there are many challenges that we cannot deal with alone, and we really need together. Let me just say, Croatia, as a maritime country, is totally exposed, okay, together with all the other countries around the globe, with this, first of all, it was this Russian aggression against Ukraine, which was really unprecedented, that the permanent member of the Security Council has decided openly to invade the other country. Now we have the situation in Hormuz Strait, and Croatia, as the maritime country, is particularly interested to ensure international law and European and UN Convention of the Law of the Sea to be in place, implemented. It is codification of the law of the sea, and we feel it in our ports, in our economy, but Croatia also in the safety of our seafarers. We have 15,000 seafarers. Some of them are somewhere locked within the bay. So each and every country ultimately is interested and should be interested in reinforcing international order. And last point, I really do see UN as the mechanism which needs to be reinforced. Unfortunately, because of the limitation of the Security Council, it was not able to act accordingly, but what we have seen is the quite strong voice of General Assembly and its resolutions, and the majority of, in which some resolutions were voted send a strong signal that there are many, many countries all around the world which are in favor of international order and respect for international law.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I'd love to come back to you on international law and enforceability if we get time later. Please.
Yeah. At the beginning, actually, let me thank the organizers of this conference. It's my second time in Yerevan. I was on the first Yerevan dialogue. It has become a very influential forum for the thinkers, but also the policymakers for the region and for European Union as well, for the European Union countries. So as to the issue of international order, actually we all know that the war has become, or it is from the very beginning of humanity, a second nature of humanity. So nothing has changed. Only we have a little bit more power grabbed by powerful countries, by bigger powerful states, and it's the small countries like our countries is also the countries in the region of Balkans and in the region of Caucasus and in the region of Middle East have suffered. These are three regions actually that witnessed during history a lot of ethnic tensions, a lot of wars among themselves, a lot of wars which were somehow introduced by other actors in the region, and so it is nothing new. But what we want to rely on, because your topic was the strategic alliances that we are trying to make, and whether we can achieve the strategic autonomy. As a small country, of course, we are interdependent, but also the bigger countries are dependent on others, and these two notions are not mutually exclusive. They are not mutually, they can actually support each other in the sense that to become autonomous strategically, you should also connect to others in terms of energy, in terms of security. Today, the security is the first issue, of course. My country, North Macedonia, is a candidate country for European Union, and we think that our strategic alliance should be focused actually on becoming members of European Union. The second pillar is our membership in NATO, which we achieved 5-6 years ago, and paying a very big price actually, because we had to change our name in the constitution in order to become members of NATO. So we did it within these pillars. I would also say our strategic partnership with the United States, which is also important for the region of Western Balkans, much more than for other regions in the world. Of course, it is very important for the region of Middle East. Maybe not so more for Caucasus, but we've seen that last year signing of the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan in Washington, D.C. was also very much important for the powers like the United States is to bring peace in regions. And the United States was very important in the beginning of 90s when the wars were going on in Western Balkans, and the European Union couldn't set peaceful agreements there, but it was for the United States actually to step in and to set the peace agreements there. So we think that our strategic partnership with the United States is very important, as I said, but also last year we signed the strategic partnership with the United Kingdom. We think that the United Kingdom as a global power and as a power that is also interested in the region of Europe where it belongs, and in the region of Western Balkans, which is also very important to stop the impact and the malign impact and disinformation campaigns from Russia in this region, but also our region as a so-called the port of stopping the migration, illegal migration for different countries where the wars are going on. So we think that through these strategic alliances, we can secure our future. But we also, last but not least, as a small country, we should rely upon multilateralism. It is true that what my colleague said, that multilateralism doesn't have any alternative. We should rely on it, but as we see it now, we should be we should be very realistic. For smaller countries, global powers and global initiatives and alliances are very much important in order to secure their peace and prosperity.
Thank you. Good to know that the UK still has some sway in the West Balkans. I know they put a lot of diplomatic effort into that region, but can I now, you were the ambassador for Armenia in Washington until August, and I think you were there until the signing of the agreement. Then obviously, I think going to be in this panel quite a lot of sympathy towards America, and yet in large parts of Europe there's quite the opposite, and there's extraordinary polls showing that more Europeans think America is a threat to Europe than China. Just could you explain a little bit how you have managed to navigate this very, very difficult American administration, which you do still obviously need a great deal in terms of support that it can give to the country?
Thank you so much. Thank you for moderating this panel and the questions you posed. I will address the question that you addressed in the beginning of the panel and then the second one. You know, I do agree that we are living through a period of profound geopolitical change, and the traditional understanding of stability and predictability has been heavily challenged. And in this situation, for countries like Armenia, this poses a question how to navigate. In our case, in this regard, we are focusing on one core principle, which is strengthening our sovereignty while also expanding our partnerships. We do not see strategic autonomy and strategic alignment as contradictory concepts. Strategic autonomy does not necessarily mean isolation or withdrawal from the international system, and strategic alliance should not be at the loss of sovereignty or independent decision making. For us, the key word here is balance, and that's why the policy that we are pursuing is, the foreign policy is more diversified, more adaptive, and more resilient. In this understanding, also the challenges and the security challenges that Armenia was going through starting from 2020, 2021, there was a strategic, again, opportunity to engage partners, also the United States, also the European Union, to come to an understanding that we need to live in peace in our region with our immediate neighbors, but also make this peace sustainable. And that is the reason that alongside with the dialogue and negotiations with Azerbaijan, we were also seeking avenues of opening new opportunities, including connectivity, including trade, diversifying economy, energy, etc. So coming back to the relations between Armenia and the United States, I think strategically it was very important for Armenia to change the quality of the relations with the US. We are very happy that with the change of the administration from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, the attitude of the United States has not changed. In fact, we have not only preserved the strategic partnership between Armenia and the United States, but we are currently working on it to make it better, to include more aspects, to make it more profound. And based on the relationship that had been cultivated over the years, it was possible both to establish a project, which is Armenia-US project, the TRIP, Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, but also initial the peace agreement in Washington, D.C. with the presence of the president as witness. That's if you have any further
I just want to ask a really low-grade journalistic question, which is just how much did you think Donald Trump knew what he was doing in terms of the peace agreement that you were negotiating? Was it for him just another tick in the box of this Nobel Peace Prize application, or do you think he understood some of the issues by the end of the process? Sorry, as I say, it's a rather low-grade journalistic question.
You know, when the administration changed, the inauguration was on January 21, 2025. Our main goal, main purpose was to be very proactive and manage to engage with the administration as fast as possible. That's why the Prime Minister came to the United States and met with the Vice President already on February the 7th to brief both on the bilateral agenda, but also what's happening on the peace agenda between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I'm confident and more than confident that the administration, both the Vice President and the President, were fully informed about the processes. And the engagement and the fast and rapid engagement was the result of that knowledge. Thank you.
So, you have the advantage of not representing a government, but please feel free to be...
Thank you, Patrick. I think I would like to thank, as my colleague did, to Armenian government hosting us here. So it's happy to be here, and it's happy that the both governments are normalizing this kind of exchange. So I will start to say that the way is debate often framed that strategic alignment versus strategic autonomy implies a clear and deliberate choice. But most of the countries today, that choice is neither clean or not fully available. I think that now the system is, or states are moving towards what we might call as a menu-based geopolitics or a la carte order. So what it means that in this system, alignment is not longer comprehensive or permanent. It's selective, issue-based, and constantly recalibrated. So countries assemble the external relations with one partner, security with another partner, technology with third partner, and diplomacy is elsewhere. So this produces a new reality, and which is actually is not interdependence, but is overlapping dependencies. So states are simultaneously dependent on multiple actors in different sectors, and these dependencies are do not cancel each other. But however, I would like to give the two examples. One is example from our region, South Caucasus. Another example is from the Central Asia. Let me start with the Central Asia. The Central Asia actually illustrates this a la carte order very clearly because these countries, the manage their security legacies with Russia, deep economic engagement with China, seeking connectivity and more new relationship with the European Union, and also growing ties with Turkey and the Gulf states. But difference is that the Central Asia is that because they have resources over the last 30 years, also more management, and they created a little bit more the strategic autonomous region, so inside, because it's much more institutionalized. So when it comes to Caucasus, so we have a different choices. So after 30 years, we don't have a hegemon, a third party. We have I will call the Caucasus a multiple influencers, so different countries from the region and outside. But however, in the last 30 years, I believe that Azerbaijan created strategic autonomy with its choices, but also with its resources, and also with ally relations. Ally relations, I mean the Turkey. But has it, can it make that region to have a strategic autonomy? I believe not yet. We are, I think, we are going to replicate a little bit at what Central Asian countries did. But in order our region to have a strategic autonomy, it's not only our choices, but also external powers that who has an interest to shape a new order in this region. They also need to focus to three countries and to make them to have overlapping dependencies each other, not different third parties. So it applies to the United States, it applies to European Union and other countries. In that way, in the longer term, I think this, let's say, one country strategic autonomy can expand to all three countries, what I believe.
So you're talking about third parties encouraging the countries within the region to ally together.
Yeah, not dividing a role, not actually just to trying to, let's say, minimize third parties' role in the region in expense to others. So because in expense mostly in our region happens to the sovereignty of our countries, not actually expense of the third countries.
So an example would be that Turkey could encourage Armenia and Azerbaijan towards a peace agreement, presumably by opening its borders, for instance.
Yeah. For example, the United States approach to Azerbaijan Armenia is actually locked Azerbaijan Armenia to connectivity. It's that approach, I believe, that working, and this can create a overlapping dependence between Azerbaijan and Armenia. In the longer term, it actually shape the region and all three countries with other external actors. So I believe that the European Union, the countries who has interest to see peace and prosperity in the region should take this form of activity.
Okay, going back down the line again, can I ask you two questions really? One is, do you see there being a great power conflict between Russia and America indefinitely, even when the Ukraine war ends? Is the kind of political space between the two powers so vast that it's not going to be recovered by a peace agreement in Ukraine? And secondly, I'll just try to get your views about what Mark Carney's been saying in terms of there being a complete rupture between the West and America, and this requires European and Canadian countries to come together in alliances of middle powers. And does this concept of middle powers really hold anything? Doesn't everyone want to be a middle power? Everyone believes they're a middle power, and therefore it doesn't really have any cohesion to it.
Well, sorry, keep on pressing it wrongly. Yeah. The question on Ukraine, one really needs to be prophet to know how long will it last and how will it end. But what we really do know is that international order has been tremendously shaken by this Russian aggression against Ukraine, and that the only way out for EU, I would say also for Croatia as the member state, is to continue supporting Ukraine. I would say as long as it takes, and I would also be proud to say that Croatia is among the countries which are in 10 highest contributors if you count GDP ratio, of course. We will continue to do so. We are glad that now European Union has been able to come up with this 90 billion loans, that we continue with this 20th package of sanctions, and we'll see how things will evolve. Talking about middle powers, or let me start, but I would say that really no power, even the biggest one, can really act alone. But on the other hand, no country, middle power, small country can act also alone in the sense of protecting its own interest and defending itself. And this is why the name of this panel is either to choose, or my answer would be to navigate and to find the right balance between strategic autonomy and strategic alliances. And Croatia, being the EU member state and NATO ally, has no strategic ambiguities. It is clear that we are strongly anchored within the EU, which is a community of values, and also in the alliance in order to ensure our defense. Talking about strategic autonomy, one should not really understand it as some kind of attempt to isolate anyone, but on the contrary, to be able, I would say, for the EU, European Union, but also Croatia as the EU member state, to act when it's needed, and also to manage our dependencies, and also to lessen or reduce our vulnerabilities. And this is all what it is about. And Croatia, as the EU member state, has really trying to contribute in strengthening this strategic autonomy of the European Union. At the same time, we are fully aware and we are fully ready, and we fully work on strategic alliances, first of all within NATO, with our transatlantic partners, but also with other countries, like-minded countries with which we with which we are already developing, and also will start to develop a closer relationship, be it partnerships, be it trade relations. This is the way in which we strengthen simply our resilience. And if I have a minute just to say, we really need to be active. We need to be active, and how to achieve this strategic autonomy when we talk about European Union and Croatia, I would outline 3 huge areas. Energy, we heard a lot about it. You can't be really
autonomous if you really do not have access to energy. And on this part, so I would say energy, connectivity, and strengthening partnerships, alliances, trade agreements. One short comment on energy. Croatia has been working a lot in the recent years to enable energy diversification of European Union and of Croatia. Of course, we managed to build an LNG terminal on island Krk near our port Rijeka, and in the meantime we have even expanded its capacity to serve well not only for Croatia but also for our neighbors from the Central Europe. Now we are also building a pipeline towards Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are also very keen on strengthening our attempts when it comes to renewables, recycling, and all those activities which would really lessen our dependencies. About connectivity, we are proud that Croatia is on the 4 European TEN-T corridors, but now also work as the Mediterranean entry to the Central Europe, and it is one of the shortest ways also from Europe to Asia. So there is a lot of things to do, and each of our country really needs to contribute as much as it can, and only then we can really shape and reshape the world, which is now in evolution.
Okay, thank you so much. Every country thinks they are the trade corridor.
Yes, if I can add something about Ukraine. Actually, we are very much supportive of Ukraine sovereignty and territorial integrity. We have contributed a lot militarily, in military help, also in humanitarian help. We've been among first five NATO countries that gave GDP per capita, actually, the military help to Ukraine. So we know from our own, actually, experiences how important it is to defend your sovereignty, territorial integrity, but also identity, which is in question in Ukraine. We have also been attacked, not militarily, but our identity was attacked by our neighbors, so we know and we understand this. That's why we actually support Ukraine. It's out of reasons that are very much obvious to everybody, that Russia has done an aggression which is unprecedented in this sense. But also we are very much supportive of peace negotiations, to proceed with peace negotiations. We understand now that the focus is a little bit more shifted from Ukraine to Iran, because we face all this with the latest war there. We face the energy crisis and everybody is focused on it. But we think that the European Union's focus should also be, I mean, it is on Ukraine, but all the world focus, and without, actually with United States as well, as long as they, I think even parallelly, if they finish the war in Iran as soon as possible, hopefully, the focus should be on Ukraine, on making peace in Ukraine. And we supported from the very beginning the Trump initiative for negotiations. We believe that without the United States, you can not even actually neither wage a war nor make peace. So, and we still believe it. So the United States is needed in this capacity, actually, of mediator and negotiator with Russia. Of course, it doesn't mean that Russians has to retain the territories or whatever. It means that nobody should recognize that these territories are taken by force, but we need to make peace in order for Europe to be in a position, actually, to develop its own security and integrity. But what we also need is the European Union to be enlarged with the Western Balkans, with the countries in the Caucasus, because we think that Europe cannot achieve its global, cannot be seen as a global power if it doesn't integrate those regions which are in the heart actually of Europe and on the borders of Europe with different kind of worlds, which are worlds of anti-democracy, authoritarianism, not valuing the principles of European Union. So this is my last message actually, that Europe should make very firm steps, although the rhetoric is there, but it should make much more actually hard steps in this direction, in a sense to enlarge with the Western Balkans and with the countries in Southern Caucasus. Thank you.
Could I just shift slightly because of time? Is it, I mean, Macron today was talking about the destiny of Europe for Armenia, and we're just talking here about enlargement. I mean, how much of this is a reality for Armenia? Is it so distant that we're talking 10, 15, 20 years, and you're really being sold a mirage? And I don't mean the jet, I mean the image.
Thank you. The polls that are being conducted in Armenia in recent years about the sentiments of the people, of the citizens of Armenia in terms of aspirations towards Europe, the polls show that a lot of people in Armenia, I would not like to say vast majority or 50%, but a lot of people, much more than we would have imagined before, are for the European Union and for Armenia joining the European Union. How much this will translate into a reality later, we will see, but you know that last year Armenia also adopted a resolution in the Parliament of Armenia by which we're starting the process of integration into European Union. I think for any sustainable result and sustainable commitment for any country, it is important to take into account the sentiments of the population and what people consider closer to their heart and to our values. So it is an indicator what we see as a result of polls, and I think the government of the Republic of Armenia is going definitely to follow what people are saying. Thank you.
You were talking earlier about the role of third parties. Do you, and talking about ad hoc alliances coming together, I mean, do you see some value in what Mark Carney's been talking about in terms of these middle powers forming alliances and horses for courses, and that one has to work around some of the great powers because they are so locked against each other, and the most creative way for countries of this middle regions and middle powers is to work around the great power?
I think first of all, I think middle power definition is changing. So I think even some small states also calling themselves as a middle power. So and the old concept has a new face probably. So that's why hard to answer your question in the same way, in a way that actually how the middle power and the big power cooperation is possible, and to make the more stable and secure for our region or the different regions. But what I can say, might be a lesson from our region is that we always look to the prescription from others the last 30 years. You know that there's a cliche that I don't like. It's often used about this Middle East that either you are on the menu or the guest list. But I think we learn in the region that we are actually in the kitchen, so preparing our own dishes. Neither on the menu or the guest list. So that's why my prescription should be this for the small states and middle powers. For us, for example, region, the middle power is let's say, Kazakhstan calls it a middle power, Azerbaijan calls it middle power, Turkey. So, I mean, that's why in this concept, in this interchanging concept, I had to answer your question, let's say, clearly.
But does it matter whether these alliances have any ideological affinity with one another, or is it just can be transactional relationships?
I think you rightly point, it's a transactional nature, but also small states, for small states, most important is about the flexibility. So not locking up this as a permanent relationship, or have a flexible room of maneuver, but also not to accepting everything on the menu. So to making your own menu, also to different the choices. So this is my prescription for small states, but also middle powers who calls themselves middle power.
Okay, my last question really is around this issue of middle powers, smaller states, probably more than any other countries, need the rule of law. It provides them a protection.
Yeah.
And yet we've seen rule of law and the international legal institutions trashed in brief. Do you see there any way back for international law? I'm taking an example of some younger people, say I know in the UK, were very excited, they were very pro-Gaza, very excited when they saw all these international court of justice rulings saying X or Y about what must happen in terms of humanitarian aid going into Gaza. And because it was all quite new to them, they all thought this was an incredible step forward, and that they therefore thought these rulings or provisional orders would actually be enforced, and then they've discovered that they have no enforcement powers at all. How do you feel, as an international lawyer, and that's your background, how do you feel we're going to restore credibility to these institutions?
I would say that those institutions continue to exist and continue to function, and the International Court of Justice has its own powers, has its competence, and can deliver judgments. They can be implemented or not, but still they are there. International Court of Justice has been known also for providing the advisory opinion on a number of topics, also dealing with the Middle East, and its findings are known. I can talk also about ICC and all the developments, there.
You don't mean the chief prosecutor's personal state of health?
Everything is under a great challenge, but I would still believe that at one point of time, those middle-sized countries can build strong alliances, be it, as I said, these trade agreements, be it partnership with southern countries, let's say from European Union to the southern neighborhood. We have adopted the Pact on Mediterranean, for example, which simply encourages to build strategic partnerships with similar single states, trying to establish mutually beneficial partnerships. And then I'm sure it will work. And once, I would say that the international order will be restored a little bit in a different shape, but definitely it is the only way forward. Maybe last point, just to say, each of our country needs to be patient, need to be responsible, need to be ready to cooperate, and need to do its best to shape our future, because if we are not doing it, we will be shaped by someone else.
Yeah, our example shows actually that the international order and international law was not respected in our case. Even before this war started, actually, we had previously a verdict from the International Court of Justice in Hague that our neighboring country cannot block us into becoming a member of NATO with our provisional name, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, when we were actually, it was our provisional name within the United Nations, and we got the verdict from the International Court, but still our neighboring country used the power not to abide to that decision. We have, again now, actually, the verdicts from the Court of Human Rights of European Council, actually, in Strasbourg, which had 14 decisions for our minority, Macedonian minority living in neighboring Bulgaria, that they should actually register their organizations, but our neighboring country is not registering them. So I would say that not only the bigger countries, but also the smaller countries which are using their power, middle or smaller countries, towards their neighbors and towards small countries. But now we face that even the middle power countries and some bigger countries are witnessing this international order disrupted. So, but we believe that with this latest disruption, actually something will change, and the new, actually we will witness the international order will be back, and multilateralism will be back. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, we recognize that in this complex international environment, smaller and mid-sized states must be particularly agile. We need to be able to engage in multiple directions, sometimes simultaneously, while also being anchored on our own national interests and priorities. So going back to your question about international order and rule of law, Armenia has always been a proponent of rule of law, both domestically but also internationally, and international order, and that's why we're a part of the organizations and an active member of the organizations that support that. It's not always that we see it's being effectively kept, and that's another challenge that the international system is facing, but hopefully we will get to the point where they function fully. Thank you.
This has to be the last answer, because I will be shot otherwise, the organizer said.
I think, I mean, I agree everything is said about this, but I think the main issue for small states is about the predictability, and we see in this international order less stable deterrence for the small states. So this is and this also makes states rely to each other less, and to read signals differently, and this actually increased this militarization and a more, let's say, different order. What's the choice, or what's actually a fixation of this? Probably a more clear rules of the game in the small states that we are living, and the more interaction between the small states to understand each other and their, to understand how their predictability and their signals. That's the mighty solution, short term at least.
Look, thank you very, very much. Sometimes we were veering into the seminar room, and sometimes we were very nitty-gritty, practical, real politics, and it's a huge subject which we just scraped the surface of. But thank you so, so much to the panel for being so responsive, and I thought it really fascinating. Thank you so much.
are now ready to begin our panel discussion titled Unlocking the South Caucasus, New Economic Horizons. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ms. Hanne Lecomte. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
Can everyone hear me? There we go. That was the fastest settling of a room I've ever seen. I commend all of you on being prompt with your 2 minutes. As was mentioned, my name's Hanne Lecomte. I'm the Executive Director of Concordia. It's my sincere pleasure to be on this stage with such esteemed individuals to discuss a critical topic. The title of this session is Unlocking the South Caucasus, New Economic Horizons. As we heard earlier today from President Macron, this is Armenia's moment, but this conversation will extend beyond. Armenia, as we all know, is emerging as a hub of opportunity. Geographically positioned at the crossroads of Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, it offers a growing tech sector, a highly educated, skilled, and young workforce, transparent investment rules allowing 100% foreign ownership, and a government actively diversifying its foreign, security, and economic policies in this very room. All of this opens immense opportunities for Western capital. Even today, we had a high-level commitment that we'll speak about regarding a strategic investment from the EU on projects related to digital infrastructure, semiconductor skill sets, innovation ecosystems, and private investment mobilizations. However, none of this investment will work if we can't unlock the mechanics of physically and logistically working through Armenia. So, this session, Unlocking Armenia, can it tackle infrastructure risk as well as address the geopolitical risks necessary to increase foreign direct investment? We think yes. TRIP, when fully implemented, would enable one of the most consequential logistics transformations in the region in decades, strengthening regional interconnectedness between Europe and Asia. Proponents describe it as a test case for peace through prosperity. Moreover, Armenia's deeper integration and prospective accession to the EU would open a second track of economic opportunity. Western firms can easily take this moment for early positioning to offer a first-mover advantage with long-term strategic returns. Our panel is uniquely poised to talk through how we actually get to there, bringing their expertise to define both the scope of the potential as well as the next steps necessary to achieve this. We will follow our conversation with a Q&A, so I encourage you to be prepared to participate as well in this important discussion. But first, we'll hear from our speakers. To my right, the Honorable Vahan Kostyan, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Government of Armenia. Welcome. We have Sonata Kolter, Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs for the Department of State. We have Mzia Georgobani, excuse me, Mzia. Actually, I skipped that. We have Adrian Kelly, Adrian Kirali, Director of Eastern Neighborhood and Institutional Development for the Director General, or DG, for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations of the European Commission. Next, we have Mzia Georgobiani. I just needed the second chance. She is the Deputy Minister of Regional Development and Infrastructure for Georgia. And towards the end, we have Murat Aslan, Senior Researcher for SEDA in Turkey. Welcome, panelists. I'd like to begin the discussion with an overview of the opportunity, and the very best person to speak to this is the Deputy Minister. Honorable Vahan, Armenia has passed legislation formally launching its EU accession processes, and this period of European summits, including the very conversation happening today, mark a westward lean in foreign policy. How does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs view the relationship between EU integration and TRIP? Are these two parallel tracks, or does one reinforce the conditions for the other to be successful?
Thank you very much, but before answering your question, I guess we agreed that we are going only to use names. So,
moving forward, purely
good.
Vahan.
Excellent. Just want to welcome you all and my friends and new friends, and thanks for being in Yerevan. Hopefully, the Yerevan Dialogue third edition will be very productive and interesting for all of you. And coming to a question, you know, there is no the processes that you mentioned, the deeper cooperation and integration with the European Union and TRIP, but in general, the opening of communications in the region, there are not even parallel processes. There are two components of the same process, which I would call building prosperity and prosperous Armenia. We do believe that the opening of the borders in our region will definitely become an advantage, not only for us and for Armenian economy, but also for South Caucasus. But the impact of the opening of communications in our region will go even wider than South Caucasus, because our region nowadays, given also the logistical disruptions that we are seeing in different parts of the world, has a really big opportunity and competitive advantage to become link unimpeded connectivity between Europe and Central Asia. And here we are working on this direction with all of our partners. Of course, United States is our preliminary partner with whom we are going to implement the TRIP project, as we are going to found a joint venture in near future, I guess, already. And with EU we have multiple projects which are related but not limited to connectivity. Even today, during the EU-Armenian summit, which was happening today morning, we had several very concrete agreements related to connectivity but also economy. Just to mention a couple of them, we agreed that Armenia and European Union are going to launch connectivity dialogue. We're going to launch transport dialogue with the European Union. We published a declaration on partnership when it comes to the issues of connectivity. We agreed that we'll be working much more on energy and other issues. And for example, coming to energy, now we agreed that the European Union will support a project to build storage capacities in Armenia. And why and where the storage capacities are needed right now for the Armenian infrastructure and economy. Because an Armenian-American company, Firebird, is going to build 110,000 GPU data center and AI factory in Armenia, for which the US government and Department of Commerce gave a license to us, which was a very important political decision coming after, followed by August 8. So with all this said, these are only a few examples how things and the policies that we are adopting and we are trying to implement are complementing each other.
Many thanks. And I know we'll hear from Sonata shortly on some of those additional examples or ways that the US government is positioning. But prior to going to that side of the Atlantic, I'd love to turn to Adrian. Adrian, the EU-Armenia summit, I'm sure you're equally excited about some of these deliverables that, that Vahan just mentioned, but truly a significant step in Armenia's European trajectory. And congratulations to everybody in that room this room who's been a part of the milestones achieved thus far. In your role as Director of Eastern Neighborhood and Enlargement, what are your next steps for Armenia's closer alignment with the EU?
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. It's nice to see that there are still a lot of motivated people in the room, in spite of the fact that it's a late hour. So, indeed, on the question that you're asking, well, I have to say that EU-Armenia relations have never been closer. And if we see everything that is happening in Armenia these days, it's really
Tell it closer to mic so
the
that
microphone.
everyone can hear that EU-Armenia relations have never been
you want me to? Okay, I will repeat. So indeed, EU-Armenia relations have never been closer than before, and if we see all the things that have been happening in Armenia or will be happening in the coming months, Yerevan is really the place to be. We should not forget that the EPC was yesterday. We had the first ever EU-Armenia summit today with all the deliverables that Vahan has just listed and even more so. You will also host COP17, so many things happening, and indeed multiple projects going on. We have, of course, different pillars in our relationship. One is the economic one, connectivity was mentioned, building connectivity partnership, connectivity dialogue, working on transport, energy, and digital projects. But of course, there is also a very important security partnership and building Armenians' resilience and the support that we are providing there, and also the economic elements. We have a resilience and the growth plan in place, and this is something on which we engage in many different areas. We can say, of course, the visa liberalization. We can mention support to Karabakh Armenians. We can mention trade diversification, energy. So a multitude of projects that we have started. And if you ask me for today, it's a milestone. But it's also a starting point of the next phase of our relation, and that relation is a close cooperation and building on the successes that we have jointly had until now and building the next phases of that relationship.
Tremendous. So I'm sure as much as the ministry would love to relax after this climatic week, it sounds like there are a few next steps to continue working on to maintain the momentum. No rest for the successful. Murat, hello. We spoke earlier about Armenia's success equaling regional success from an economic lens. And I'd love to hear a little bit about the Turkey perspective to this. Turkey is a pivotal actor for any South Caucasus corridor or any South Caucasus space to function. It borders both Armenia and Georgia, and it sits astride key transit routes. How do you assess Ankara's strategic calculus here? Appreciating that you're not speaking on behalf of the government, but how do you see it? Is Turkey a reliable long-term partner for development, or does its multi-vector foreign policy introduce risks that Western investors are underpricing?
Thanks for having me. First of all, the word reliability means there's a hesitation in terms of trust, and I don't think that. On the other hand, we may play with emotions and also realities on the ground. You can visit exactly the societal level or historical allegations, discussions, debates, but we have to come to the wisdom. And wisdom indicates us what? In terms of reliability or perception of Turkey. The current GDP of Turkey is $1.64 trillion. And with an exception of Russia, if you take all Central Asian states, other than South Caucasus, all 9 countries, including Iran, makes $1.1 trillion in terms of GDP. That means Turkey is both a transit route, on the other hand, a producer and consumer. In this sense, especially a project like TRIP or integration of Armenia to the regional calculus will benefit Turkish economy, and the vision must be must be clarified in a very broad terms, because once we are not aware of the big picture pursuit, I believe, well, there will be hesitations, as can be understood in your question in terms of reliability. Well, Turkey does not want to see any country isolated in the region. Why? Once a country is isolated, you make it marginalized and expect fragilities. And our economies, societal structures, well, does not benefit or, cannot secure exactly the future by this situation or status. So yes, Turkey is reliable in promoting Armenia in the region, and for sure it's a process. There are a lot of barriers, by the way, and risks. And there must be an end to the decades-long or centuries-long allegations or disputes or etc. And we have to come to the terms of wisdom. This is exactly what I believe. And please just let me remind you another thing. it's important to understand the role of Turkey in the region. Turkey is just in between of 3 continents, 3 regions, and 3 seas. In this sense, whatever happens in Balkans, Caucasus, or the Middle East will have an impact on Turkey, or Turkey will shape it, either by active defense, passive defense, sometimes aggression if the threat is existential. But what I believe is that Armenia, Caucasus is one region that Turkey is interested in, and the vision is to include this region to the inventory of promoting prosperity, because the aim of one state is twofold: security and prosperity. So I think we should combine both once you are talking about Caucasus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just as a show of hands, if anybody, first of all, who traveled into Yerevan for today's forum? Lots of people, wonderful. Who traveled using Turkish Airways? There we go, there we go. So I love to see again this integration and the opportunities here coming together in real time. Let's start talking a little bit about some of the risks that are going on or going through the minds of prospective investors. I'd like to turn to Mazia. So Mazia, from a regional perspective, Georgia sits at the physical heart of the South Caucasus region, and your ministry has extensive experience financing and coordinating infrastructure investment with international partners, including the World Bank and the EU. You've been here. You personally have been doing this work. So in your eyes, if you were to, say, be on a panel with leadership from Armenia and have the opportunity to share, what are the most critical infrastructure gaps that you see in either Georgia or Armenia as we're thinking through these pieces that you're working to close, and how should Western investors think about the risk and return profile of projects in this space?
Thank you for this question, and first of all, I also would like to thank all of you for having me this very interesting panel, which not only interesting but very important for all the region, to discuss further opportunities and at the same time the already existing bottlenecks in order to develop the not only the road but at the same time the regions. What I may say that, yes, definitely we have a lot of opportunity and we have a lot of experience of having the working with all financial institutions in respect of to finance our main infrastructure, which really gives us opportunity to become one of the main vital component of the middle corridor. It gives us the possibility, and when we are talking about the bottlenecks, so we are talking about not to, our priority not to build from scratch, but to remove all remaining bottlenecks along and already existing roads. And in this respect, we try to expand our possibility in this respect. And when we are talking about the bottlenecks, we have in mind to complete all kinds of sections for the rehabilitation and upgrading what is needed. At the same time, when we are talking about the connectivity, it's really important to talk about the expanding the maritime direction. In the same time, when we are talking about the connectivity, we also have in mind to have a new airport, which also give us the possibility to receive the more cargos types of airplanes. And of course, there are no connectivity without the energy. And in this respect, I also want to highlight that we all understand that the Black Sea under the cable is one of the flagship projects which is will be beneficiary for all of us. And in this respect, I also, yes, we all understand that there are a lot of question marks. So we are living in really interesting areas, and in this location is really important. And in this respect, of course, all kind of measures should be done from both sides. And in this respect, we are dealing all kind of critical gaps in order to meet all kind of requirements, what is needed to have this kind of middle corridor. And of course, we welcome the trip and the opportunity which gives all region and in respect of the development. And we do see that, as it was mentioned, that it will really complement to this corridor what we have at this stage. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sonata, as a career diplomat, you've leveraged statecraft to open up doors for resilient and sound investment around the world in a variety of dynamic environments. Now in your current role, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the full Russia-Caucasus European security spectrum in 2 minutes. Just all your thoughts. How do you assess the region's resilience to external geopolitical pressure? And is the window for deeper Western engagement stable enough to justify long-term capital commitment?
Well, I think, as you noted, it's unlikely that I will share all of my thoughts on those questions in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So let me share a select few. To very clearly answer your questions, is it stable enough? Is it resilient? The answer is yes. And I'll tell you why, because I think that's what you are most looking to elicit. You will hear tremendous resonance between my comments, Vahan's comments, Adrian's comments, because there is such a shared sense of opportunity. We heard Prime Minister Pashinyan this morning outline this ambitious agenda, also the foreign minister, coming out of the summit, coming out of the conversations. So, you know, for the United States part, building off of the historic August 8th Peace Summit, we have a clear agenda. We are working very hard to deepen the relationship, the bilateral relationship with Armenia, but that's not where the resilience and the stability comes in. The resilience and the stability comes in because it is, as you have heard throughout the day, a shared project. Our leaders have set the tone. We, you know, bureaucrats here are working to advance it. And that is important because we are, I think, we are all rowing in the same direction. And that is, and here's the third sort of pillar of the stool that provides the resiliency for these objectives and the confidence for me to allow me to say that, yes, this is a region that is ripe for Western investment. The third pillar here is that, most importantly, this is what the people have decided that they want. This is what the Armenian people are working toward. This is a project that will bring, again, peace, peace which brings security and prosperity. And it is making the concrete, making the benefits tangible. This is not just political rhetoric. This is such a unique moment in time. It is a collective opportunity for us to make this real, to help the people of Armenia feel the benefit, to help the people of Azerbaijan, to help the people of Georgia really benefit from the connectivity, from this region-wide project that our leaders have set out for us. That's what provides the stability, that's what provides the resilience, and makes this an opportunity and a region ripe, absolutely ripe for Western investment. I suspect I may have an opportunity later to talk a little bit more about ways in which the US is looking to do that, and I would be delighted to, because it is a key opportunity. And the fact that there are so many people here at the Yerevan Dialogue here this evening means that it is, we all recognize this incredible moment.
Thank you so much. As we think about that recognition and the ownership behind it on behalf of the Armenian people, Van, I'd love to hear from you if you were speaking to an audience of Western businesses, which you are, who are, as they assess entry, as they come up with a strategy and a plan based on the rhetoric that Sonata just shared about the resilience and the buoyancy right now that could underpin it. What do you think is the single most important thing that investors need to understand about Armenia's ownership of this vision and its commitment to delivering it? The single most important thing.
Well, it's very difficult to identify probably one single aspect of everything, but
I tried to get a catch, like a hook for it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You can identify more than one. It's fine.
Thank you for the opportunity. Let me tell a couple of layers which can be interesting for investors now. Interestingly, one of the most hostile regions in the world probably now is one of the safest regions in the world. I mean, look what was happening in other parts of the world, in Middle East, which were considered to be the safest. Now, during the last months, we saw many people which were coming to Armenia temporarily to stay because it was safe in Armenia. It was safe not only in Armenia, but also generally in South Caucasus. So this is very important, I guess, for foreign direct investments to make sure that the money is in safe area. Second, we're looking to future-oriented projects in Armenia, and when the government is building necessary infrastructure to assist. Giving the same example with the AI factory, which is it's already started. They already started the construction process. Government has a very important stake there. Third, we are building our connectivity and communications with all of our neighbors. Hopefully, soon with all, let's say. But for example, with Georgia, we are now working on a new electricity transmission. Georgian side and our side, we are working to enhance the quality of roads which are connecting. We are speaking about having a joint customs control on borders. We are going to have we're going to build a new airport terminal, which is important for businesses to come to Armenia. We are digitalizing the systems as much as it's possible. And last but not least, we're working to make sure that the rule of law and justice system is matching the highest possible standards. And again, here we're trying to digitalize and use e-justice systems as much as it is possible in order to make the human factor less. And here, again, European Union is one of the key partners of ours with whom we are developing the reform agenda.
Thank you. Before we move the discussion over to implementation and opportunity, I want to pause just one more round on risks or anything that might drive hesitancies for Western investors. Murat, I'd love it if you could, from your perspective outside looking in, we know Turkey is a massive investor in spaces. Are there other or any risks or concerns that still need to be worked through or that should be raised?
Thank you. First of all, let's again zoom out and try to understand the prominence of this region, especially for global economic health. We know that there's a problem at the very south, Hormuz, Babul and Bandab, and think that if there are no alternatives or contingency planning, well, the global inflation will endanger all of us. All of our wallets will somehow, shrink and will disappear. In this sense, I think we can't take Caucasus out of the global reading. This is the first thing. If you take the risks, I would categorize it in three different tiers. The first one is Russia, another one is Iran, and for sure the third one is the political continuity, especially in the region. For Russia, I have a hypothesis, and I drafted this idea in a report of the Strategy Center of Romania. It was the collapse of Soviet Union as a trauma that Russians perceived the decade after this collapse as stagnation. and the withdrawal takes you to a collapse. That's why there are options and you have to be aggressive. Then we see Russians in Ukraine right now, and usually people ask, what's the next? Kazakhstan or Moldova or another country. I believe that this geographical delineation is really significant to understand the mood of Russians. And any withdrawal in this region is a risk and will ignite a competition. Because if Russia is withdrawing back from the South Caucasus in terms of area of influence that they claimed before the Russian-Ukraine war, it's a risk. The second issue, Iran. Well, Iran cannot be limited only by the borders. They were in Lebanon, but they are also in Central Asia because there are Persian-speaking countries over there. So in this sense, a bypass to Iran, well, it's a risk. They can do something in future. So there was a project and an argument, 3+3, to include all actors in the region to the same pot, and I totally agree with this idea. If there is a process for a collaboration, I think we have to include all actors. Otherwise, they will start challenging. And for political continuity, today the governments in each country, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, or the others in Central Asia, they support the idea of a loose integration. I mean, not a supranational sort integration, but integrating in terms of economies, trade, and it will be the one that will provoke, spillover effect. I think this political willingness should have a continuity in future, this regarding exactly who is in charge with any government. That's very important. But this is also a fragility if any actor like Russia and Iran is excluded. So we should be aware of these risks, though. It should not stop exactly how we encourage the governments and also proceed the current engagements, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for raising such important points. We're going to take about 5 more minutes with the panel and then turn to the audience. So this is your 5-minute warning to come up with brilliant, insightful questions, not comments, not interjections, not doctoral theses, but questions for our speakers, and then we'll continue moving forward. Before we get to those questions, though, Adrian, can we speak a little bit more about some of the investments towards integration, EU integration that Murat was referencing that have come up in some of this conversation as well? Specifically, the EU is committed financing to the Trans-Caspian route, and it's launching the EU-Armenia connectivity piece that has been referenced a few times. How do you see European Commission's role in supporting Crossroads to Peace?
Well, thank you. I have to start with the word connectivity because it's interesting that since I'm working on this particular file of connectivity, we have always been mentioning it as a technical collaboration in different areas. And if you look at it now, I would say that really it's a geopolitical imperative for all the work that we are doing, whether it's Armenia, whether it's the European Union, like-minded partners, the US. And if you look at really the challenges that we are all facing today, I think it is very clear why the Trans-Caspian transport corridor is very important in this regard, and why the joint work that we are all trying to do in the region is of importance. We have seen that global supply chains, global routes have been hugely disrupted. Energy systems are being redefined. So it's an imperative that we have together. And if you look at the crossroads of peace and looking at Armenia's role in the region and going beyond, this is really also such a choice. It's a political choice, but it's also a vision of Armenia, how to really bring peace and prosperity to this region, and how indeed all the partners and neighbors need to work together, and the EU is a partner in this, and this is what we are trying to promote, that we are trying to support with the different instruments that we have. And when we look at the Trans-Caspian Transport Corridor, for us this is not just one route, one corridor. This is really a network of corridors in a variety of areas, whether it's transport, whether it's the energy field, whether it's the digital area, where we all have to work together. Otherwise, it's not a success. One important element, of course, is how we also support Armenia in really having this vital role in building this corridor. And this is why we actually launched the connectivity partnership that will be also supported by the connectivity dialogue that Van has mentioned. And this is really, it's a no-brainer. It's about better links. It's about more investments. It's about more opportunities for Armenia, but also for the partners, and also to work together with the EU and like-minded partners. So what we are trying to do on the regional level is to really coordinate better with everybody. We are launching actually in June, the 23rd of June, a coordination platform for the South Caucasus and Black Sea countries, where we will look at how we can all collectively work better together. And we will invite, of course, the international financial institutions, but private sector, like-minded partners like the US to really work together both on infrastructure projects, but also on soft measures. This is not something that we have not spoken about so much, but this is also very important to address the bottlenecks that Zia was talking about. So this is on the regional level. Now, when it comes to the connectivity partnership, we will work with Armenia on transport, on energy and digital, on identifying key projects, priority projects. Today, we have actually announced the reconstruction, some of the BCPs with the partners towards partner countries, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and this is very important in rebuilding the transport links. On energy, Armenia has a huge potential in renewables, for example, but also energy storage, interconnection, so these are key areas. And then on digital, I think Vahan has already mentioned AI. There's a very promising digital sector in Armenia that we would like to build on. We have launched a number of very concrete projects today with letters of intent that were signed with promising companies, and we will be actually further promoting this through a call of expression of interest that we launched towards the private sector, both in Armenia, in the EU, and in the EU to bring private investment and new projects to the country. Actually, this call for expression of interest is open as of today, so interested companies can already start looking at this.
That sounds like a perfect action point. Thank you so much. For networks to truly work, they have to coordinate, speak to each other, be harmonized. I'd love to hear from a Georgian perspective, as route volumes grow, how Georgia is ensuring that its infrastructure development keeps pace in a way that meets the interoperability and regulatory standards. All of this is what makes it attractive, of course, to FDI and international investment. So, Zia, on your thoughts on what Georgia is doing in this space?
Thank you. Definitely, when we are talking about the development of infrastructure in this respect, we have to think that infrastructure expansion must go hand in hand with standardization and integration. There are these three main points on which I want to highlight and to make the point on this respect. One is this fiscal connectivity. This is the issue we all, and this is the topic on which we are investing a lot, and we will continue to investing in this in order to assure the fiscal connectivity, but at the same time the operational efficiency and digitalization is the key. When we are talking about the operational efficiency and digitalization, it means that we have to be in line all kind of requirements and all kind of needs what our neighboring countries have. And this third one, what I also want to highlight, this is the issue of the regulatory alignment and regional coordination. This is something we have to put all together, all kind of attention and attempt in order to guarantee an uninterrupted flow of any kind of cargo, information, energy, on any kind of issues which will benefit to all the countries. And when we are talking about the, in general, of the development of any kind of corridors or something, we fully understand that it will bring the economic development, not only for each country, but the wider region. And it is also to be highlighted, and we fully understand, we all neighbor, that this kind of cooperation is needed in order to guarantee development, economic development, wider region. And as we are talking about the connectivity, and we are connecting the east to the west, and we try to find out and to have the shortest way how we are connected to the east to the west. In this respect, definitely we are talking from the economic perspective, because it brings the economic development not just for the countries or through this corridor, but the wider to the areas, the regions.
Thank you. It's clear the political will and the economic case is strong for connecting the region. Sonata, I'd love to hear how you see, I keep saying, how the U.S. government, how the administration is working to communicate this to private sector and to facilitate more U.S. investments into Armenia and the broader region.
So, whereas some countries can direct their companies to work in a specific market, that is not the case with the United States. U.S. companies will go where they believe they can make money. That is how it works. And so to that point, I think Vahan's comment about the absolute importance of rule of law and predictability. Predictability in this case is key. And we are working to signal that U.S. interest, U.S. commitment to Armenia, to the South Caucasus is not passing, not fleeting, but rather this is long term. It is of critical importance. This is a key region, and the broader interconnectivity is going to continue to be valuable over the long term. To signal and to demonstrate the stability that companies need to be confident to make investments. On the political level, we've enhanced the relationship, we've enhanced the strategic partnership between our two governments, and we are working together to attract Western companies here. The United States is very proud that we have U.S. private sector investment in Armenia's first large-scale data center. We're working to build out cooperation in civil nuclear energy, but certainly these are only the beginning. And it is we are absolutely convinced that as construction begins on TRIP, as we continue to realize the President's vision for this multimodal project, that this will create additional opportunities for U.S. and for other companies here, both in infrastructure and beyond. Practically speaking, what we're doing is to help U.S. companies understand that there's an advantage here for the early adopters, for the early movers, right? There is this closer cooperation that is burgeoning between Armenia and the West is filled with opportunity. The United States has been clear that we see vibrant political relationships between countries as being underpinned by vibrant economic and commercial relationships. And so that's what we're working to develop. And as the project continues to advance, as the connectivity increases across the region, costs will go up, et cetera. So we are working very hard to help identify opportunities, to help bring in our case, U.S. companies to realize the objectives that have been laid out.
Amazing, thank you so much. We'll close the panel with some thoughts by Vahan on first mover advantage and the opportunities that exist. But before doing so, I want to turn to the audience. I believe we have time for one, maybe two questions, if they exist. No worries. You know how to find any of us. We'll be here, I assume, the full 2 days, and excited to tackle anything in the hallway fueled with caffeine. So, Vahan, please
Share with us a little bit about what you think are the first mover advantages from your perspective, how the Armenian government is opening doors, and anything, again, a final message to people who are on the brink of investing, who are thinking, if Dell did it, maybe I could too. What would you say to them?
Well, this is the most difficult question for someone who is coming from Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But anyway, Armenia is a country which is democratic, which is safe, and which is going to continue the path of constantly investing in developing our own capacities and our own knowledge and our own environment. And every day we are becoming much more attractive, and every day we see that bigger companies are expressing interest to come to Armenia. If we're speaking about digital, many of the famous multinationals are already in Armenia. Now we're building a new academic city. We are building a huge infrastructural projects. But if I try to be very brief, during the last 8 years, starting with the Velvet Revolution, coming to August 8, peace agreement, we numerously showed that some things which at first glance seemed to be impossible are getting possible in Armenia.
I love that. I always like to try to synthesize comments to support everyone's X or LinkedIn or, chats on what came out of a panel. But as you can see, these are deep, complex issues. Every country has its unique story to tell and landscape or opportunity landscape to address, and none of it can boil down to one single word. But I have three. So first, the impact for the region, the economic potential, it exists at scale. So it's not just about unlocking one piece, but the potential for dominoes to line up and for this to be a truly meaningful moment in time. Second, that connectivity is a geopolitical imperative. Every panelist in some way spoke to the importance of thinking through how countries, people, companies speak to each other, and what mechanisms are necessary for things to flow in a more smooth way. And this is not a nice to have, it is a need to have. And finally, that the opportunity is real. It is now. It is exciting, and it is something that I would assume everybody on this stage right now invites you to really consider. So with that, thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. Thank you to the Yerevan Dialogue, to everybody who's part of putting together this tremendous event and this moment in time for Armenia. We are grateful for the opportunity to be here.